Welcome to day 3 of the 26th Vedanta Congress. And again, as in the past 2 days, we have a very rich and eclectic, you can say, mix of papers today. At the end of today's session, we will have 2 papers in Sanskrit. As you know, one of the traditions of this Congress is to either have a panel discussion in Sanskrit. Today, we will have 2 papers in Sanskrit, but that's at the end. So without further ado, I would now like to request Professor Girish Nath Jha, who's one of the members of the organizing committee, to take over as the chair. Girish ji.
Thank you, Sir Kalyan ji. We'll start with the chanting, और हमारे जो छात्र हैं वो chanting करें पहले तो.
हरि ओम नमस्ते रुद्रमन्यवहुतो ताहिकावे नमः बाहुभ्यां मुदते नमः जाते रुद्र शिवा तनूरघोरा पापकाशिनी तया नस्तन्वासन्तमया गिरिशन्ताभिचाकशीः जामे कुङ्गिरिसन्तहस्ते विवर्ख्यस्तवे सेवाङ्गीकृतां कुरु माहितुं सेः पुरुखं जगत हरिः ओम. अर्थ. हे शिव, आपके क्रोध को नमस्कार है, आप अज्ञान को दूर करने वाले हैं. हे रुद्र, आपके बाण को नमस्कार है और अंत में आपकी दोनों भुजाओं को नमस्कार है. द्वितीय मंत्र. अर्थ. हे शिव, आपका जो शरीर है अत्यंत सौम्य है और पुण्यकारक है. हे शिव, हे रुद्र, आप इस पुण्यकारक शरीर से हमारी ओर देखिए, अर्थात हमारी रक्षा कीजिए. जय तु संस्कृतम, जय तु. धन्यवाद.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. We'll start with the plenary session now. Session 6 is to be addressed by Professor R.C. Sinha, and he's going to talk on Vedanta consciousness. You all know Professor Sinha is an eminent scholar of Indian philosophy and currently the chairman of the Commission for Indian Council for Philosophical Research. And he's been professor at the Patna University and a lot of publications in the awards to study. So without wasting much time, I'll invite Professor Sinha to make his presentation.
Namami Saraswati Devi Vidya Buddhi Samarjanim Satyam Vasme Kanthe Karo Kirpa Hedya. I extend my namaskar to each and everyone, and especially to Professor Balram Singh, Professor Sukalyan Dada, and Professor Raghunath Ghosh, and Professor R.P. Singh, who had been very cooperative to me when I was the chairperson of the Indian Council of Philosophical Research. Earlier also, I attended International Vedanta Conference few years back, and I physically appeared there, and hopefully if my memory does not bluff, Professor Girish Nath Jha was also there, and he had been guiding force. So, Mr. Chairman, sir, when I knew about this conference, and currently I am in Pittsburgh, USA, so I decided to attend personally, physically, but somehow or other the plan has been changed, and that is a good change in the sense that very many Indian scholars who belong to Akhil Bharatiya Darshan Parishad, they will be participating, as I know. So the moment I knew about it and I read a letter, so I gave the title, that is a Vedantic Consciousness. The title this title was prompted by the very theme of the Congress. The theme is Vedantic Perspective on Consciousness and Intelligence. So I omitted the perspective on and also intelligence. And I put the topic at that moment, Vedantic Consciousness. But while preparing the paper, I came to the conclusion that so many persons will be speaking on Vedantic consciousness or the classical Vedanta, especially on Shankaracharya. So I decided to give the title A New Vedantic Method of Cognitive Inwardization. This title has been framed in the background of K.C. Bhattacharya's philosophy. K.C. Bhattacharya had been an original thinker. He was deeply rooted to our Indian tradition. He was a staunch Vedantin. But he had reconstructed the ancient Vedantic philosophy. So that's why I gave the title New Vedantic Method of Cognitive Inwardization. So what is the difference between, how I consider the difference between Vedantic consciousness and New Vedantic consciousness, or Vedanta and Neo Vedanta? Because K.C. Bhattacharya, Sri Arvind, they only, it is understood, and especially by the Europeans, because I must narrate one small event. In Oxford University, one of the professor of Sanskrit asked me, is Indian philosophy dead after Vedanta? So I was certainly astonished. So I tried to explain that in India, philosophy is always progressing and it cannot be dead. I cited some of the contributions of Sri Aurobindo and especially K.C. Bhattacharya. So today also, I think new Vedantic philosophers have got two special features, distinct features from the classical Vedantic philosophers. One is that new Vedantic philosophers are well aware of the Western tradition. Whereas Shankaracharya, we do not expect that Shankaracharya and Ramanujacharya or other classical Vedantic philosophers, they were not fully aware with the European or the Western thought. The added advantage of Neo Vedantic philosophers is that they are quite aware of the Western thought. Whether we talk about Sri Aurobindo or we talk about Kesi Bhattacharya. So Kesi Bhattacharya was very much, his thought was influenced by, on the one hand, he is true to the classical Vedantic thought. On the other hand, his thoughts have been very much influenced by Immanuel Kant. So that's why I gave the title, because I wanted to spell out my thoughts within the framework of Kesi Bhattacharya's philosophy. And especially, I have read some of the articles. The one article is the concept of philosophy, and the other book, a small book, the subject as freedom, and several articles which have been compiled by his son, Gopinath Bhattacharya, and it has been published. So so now I will start with the Kesi Bhattacharya's contention that he has propounded a new method of philosophizing. That is a Neo-Vedantic method of philosophizing is a sort of cognitive inwardization. It is not something which comes from above, or it is not a sort of revelation. The self-realization is the ultimate goal, no doubt, but it comes from within. So the journey is from object to subject. So now I must, the cult of subjectivism is the most prominent cult of Kesi Bhattacharya's Neo-Vedantic philosophy. I will read out and I will request the chairman to stop me 5 minutes earlier, and I will certainly conclude. The present paper entitled Neo-Vedantic Method of Cognitive Inwardization attempts to understand the problem in the backdrop of Kesi Bhattacharya's philosophy. He is primarily a new Vedantic philosopher. Kesi Bhattacharya is profoundly original in his exposition of philosophical problems. The classical German philosophy and the traditional Advaita Vedanta exercised a major influence in shaping his philosophical views. The powerful impact of Kant on his philosophy is evident, though he does not subscribe to Kantian agnosticism. Yet he agrees with Kant in fixing the limits of reason. He does not confine all knowledge to reason. The self, according to Kesi Bhattacharya, can be known, but it cannot be made an object of thought. Distinguishing his position from that of Kant in respect of self, he observes, with regard to the knowability of the self as a metaphysical entity, Kant holds that the self is a necessity of thought and is the object of moral faith, but is not in itself knowable. My position is, on the one hand, that the self is unthinkable. My position means the position of the Kesi Bhattacharya, because this is under quote. My position is, on the one hand, that the self is unthinkable, and on the other, that while actually it is not known and is only an object of faith, though not necessarily only of moral faith. We have to admit the possibility of knowing it without thinking. There being a demand, alternative with our spiritual demands to realize such knowledge. Here, K.C. Bhattacharya tones down the agnosticism of Kant. According to Kant, the ultimate reality cannot be known. It is not knowable. So Kant lapses into agnosticism. So naturally, K.C. Bhattacharya tones down the agnosticism, and he adheres that self, the ultimate reality, can be known. He makes a significant distinction between thinking and knowing. Though the self is unthinkable, yet it is knowable. He observes, in taking the self to be unthinkable, I understand Kant's ideas of reason to be not only not knowledge, but not even thought in the literal sense. The so-called extension of thought beyond experience and the possibility of experience means to me only the use of the verbal forms of thought as a symbol of unthinkable reality. Such symbolizing use not being thinking. Here, one thing that K.C. Bhattacharya, I have tried to just present the or work out within the framework of the subject as freedom, a very celebrated book of K.C. Bhattacharya, and on the other hand, the concept of philosophy. So, a new Vedantic philosophy of K.C. Bhattacharya, it requires that we must know what is his conception of philosophy in brief. So, philosophy, according to K.C. Bhattacharya, is the expression of theoretic consciousness, and theoretic consciousness is at its minimum understanding of speakables. So philosophizing is a kind of activity, or philosophizing is conceptualizing, and concepts are expressed. So speakability is the major criteria of philosophizing or philosophy. So here, K.C. Bhattacharya differs from very many thinkers who say that philosophizing is a rational quest. It is thinking. It is not, according to K.C. Bhattacharya, we can have a theoretic consciousness and it is simply speakable. Though K.C. Bhattacharya shows a considerable influence of Kant and the Vedanta on his thought, yet one finds a good deal of originality in his approach. According to Gopinath Bhattacharya, his son, K.C. Bhattacharya's method of study is one of cognitive inwardization. He said that Gopinath Bhattacharya says that his philosophy, his method of study is a constructive interpretation. As constructive interpretation certainly means that K.C. Bhattacharya is original in interpreting. Originality does not lie only in giving a new system. Though in India, the philosophers are certainly those who give a new school of thoughts. But according to Gopinath Bhattacharya, K.C. Bhattacharya has not given a new school of thought. He subscribes to Vedantic school of thought, but his interpretations are very constructive. So, the second point which I would like to explain, because of the paucity of time, that K.C. Bhattacharya holds that knowledge is a kind of awareness. He contrasts knowledge with mere awareness. According to K.C. Bhattacharya, awareness is of two kinds. Awareness in the objective attitude and awareness in the subjective attitude. The former is primarily awareness of physical objects. Here we have distinction between the object of awareness, what one is aware, and the subject that has the awareness. The awareness in the subjective attitude is illustrated by one's awareness of oneself and of one's knowing. In such awareness, there is no distinction between the object of awareness and the subject that has the awareness. In other words, in the former, a distinction is made between the subject of awareness and the object of awareness. In the latter, it is difficult to make such a distinction. Gopinath Bhattacharya says that Gopinath Bhattacharya has been the editor of the book Studies in Philosophy, in which he has collected most of the articles. Gopinath Bhattacharya says of the two types of awareness, it is one of the objective attitude that the author primarily takes to be what is signified by the term knowledge. But he himself admits that even one's awareness of himself as awareness in the subjective attitude also has been called knowledge at times. Following this difference in attitude, we understand awareness in the objective attitude and also that in the subjective attitude. Theories of knowledge and metaphysics of the subject usually fall under the former class. K.C. Bhattacharya makes a departure from the prevailing view. He holds that any study about knowing and the subject must be carried on in the subjective attitude. He speaks of cultivation of the subjective attitude. He goes even further and appears to hold that awareness in the subjective attitude is far more authentic than the other kind of awareness. The subjective attitude, in his view, yields the self-evidencing truth. So truth, according to K.C. Bhattacharya, or the ultimate, the self-awareness needs no external proof. It is self-evidencing. So K.C. Bhattacharya conceives that the term knowledge primarily signifies the awareness in the ordinarily we think that knowledge must have a reference to an object. So this should be the objective. In any knowledge, we understand that it should be objective in nature. But K.C. Bhattacharya says that the awareness of subject is a definite awareness. So knowledge is chiefly, ordinarily knowledge is chiefly awareness in the objective attitude. But K.C. Bhattacharya says that self-knowledge or self-awareness is self-certifying. So he puts emphasis on the subjectivity. And he certainly adheres that the subject has an immediate feeling of relating itself to the object without having a feeling of getting related to it. A free reference of the subject to the object might mean free reference of the subject to the object in the objective attitude. Free reference of the subject to the subject as subject. It means free reference of the subject to the object in the subjective attitude. Now I should omit some of the portions, and Kesavacharya contemplates that this awareness, awareness can be understood in three ways: bodily awareness, and psychological awareness, or spiritual awareness. So he talks about introspection. So it is necessary at this stage to refer Kesavacharya's theory of introspection. So he distinguishes between the bodily introspection and psychological introspection and spiritual introspection. So naturally, he considers that mere rational consistency is no guarantee to ontological certainty. The task before the philosopher is to develop a method for the realization of reality as well as an appropriate logic to explain it. Kesavacharya's method of philosophizing at best can be called a method of cognitive inward digestion. The method involves an analysis of the subject or different grades of human subjectivity. So, in the concept of philosophy, he has explained the 4 grades of theoretic consciousness: the empirical thought, objective thought, and spiritual thought, and transcendental thoughts. So he has streamlined 4 grades of theoretic consciousness, and naturally he makes a departure from the traditional Vedantic thought. This method involves an analysis of the subject or different grades of human subjectivity. It enables one to go deeper from the surface to the deeper levels of existence and ultimately reveals the subject which is ultimate and free from all changes and duality. The method of neo-Vedantic conception of philosophizing culminates in the attainment of spiritual consciousness or intuitive vision. At this stage, man realizes himself as essentially free from all traces of objectivity. The goal of philosophy is reached when man attains spiritual consciousness and realizes himself as subject and as free from all objectivity. So, I must cut short, and here I compare Shankar's views and how Kesavacharya makes improvement on his views. So, Shankar, the statement like Aham Brahmasmi, Tattvamasi, these are the cardinal statements, Mahavakya, in Vedantic philosophy, in Shankar's Vedanta. But Kesavacharya here differs from Shankar's conception because Aham Brahmasmi and Tattvamasi, these 2 statements rather indicate the ultimate realization of the or the spiritual consciousness or the self-realization or the realization. The destiny of man is, according to Vedantic philosophy, is to realize the highest reality or the truth or the reality, ultimate reality. Here, K.C. Bhattacharya, in the frame of the K.C. Bhattacharya, we can say that when we say Aham Brahmasmi or Tattvamasi, it is the trace of duality is there. It is not a complete Advaitism. So he says that the I lingers, Aham Brahmasmi. The I lingers in such sort of realization. And he wants to develop the cult of subject or subjectivity, and the subjectivity can be attained when we drop the I, when we negate the I, and when we de-individualize I. So I must conclude by putting my reflections that though neo-Vedantic conception of philosophizing and the methodology he has used, that is a cognitive inwardization from objectivity towards subjectivity, and there are certain grades. So naturally, this sort of coming from objectivity to subjectivity, he has understood as cognitive inwardization. My submission is that the subject as freedom. He talks about subject as freedom. So subject as free. Shankaracharya remains content with the contention that subject becomes free, or the subject as free, when he talks about Aham Brahmasmi or Tattvamasi. But K.C. Bhattacharya goes further, and he talks about subject as freedom. The book, a small book, I think those students of philosophy, they might have read some of the portions, because K.C. Bhattacharya has been prescribed in courses of philosophy, especially in Patna University, in Allahabad University, in most of the universities. And since Professor R.P. Singh is there and Professor Raghunath Ghosh is there, so naturally they are fully aware. And in this Vedantic conference, the one special feature of this conference conducted by Dartmouth, or the Massachusetts MIT, is that thinkers and professors of the different disciplines, a thinker like Rajiv Malhotra, Professor Balram Singh, they come from different disciplines. Professor Balram Singh comes from the chemistry stream, but he is deeply involved in Vedantic this conference, and not only that, he thinks about, he is doing Vedant philosophy. So, so this is a special feature. Professor R.P. Singh and Professor Raghunath Ghosh come from the core philosophy group, and very many participants, they come from the Sanskrit discipline. So this makes a very comprehensive deliberation. I heard the deliberations since last 2 days. And at last I submit that the such kind of cult of subjectivism or the subject as freedom which K.C. Bhattacharya contemplates may not be very much realized. Shankaracharya talks about Aham Brahmasmi. That stage we can realize. That is also very difficult. But that self-consciousness or self-realization or identification of self with the Brahman, that is a possibility. But the subject as freedom, which K.C. Bhattacharya contemplates, that sort of transcendental consciousness in which subject as freedom has been conceived, that seems to be a bit difficult. This is my reflections on the whole deliberation. I have made it a brief one, and certainly in the one special feature of K.C. Bhattacharya's philosophizing or neo-Vedantic philosophizing is that he talks about cognitive inwardization as legitimate methodology of philosophizing to attain absolute freedom. So that absolute freedom is an ideal. With these words, with my reflections at last, I close this submission, and I again extend my heartfelt thanks to organizers. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, sir.
Thank you, Professor Sinha, for a wonderful talk, basically focusing on the neo-Vedantic ideas of consciousness. So Kalyanji, can we take some questions? We have 5 more minutes.
Yes, please.
Okay, so I invite some quick questions from the audience.
Yes, you can type your question in the chat box or raise your hand and then unmute yourself and ask.
Yeah,
So Arup has a question. Arup, go ahead.
Unmute yourself and ask the question.
Sir, it's a very nice presentation that you have delivered, but I have basically 2 queries with regard to Professor K.C. Bhattacharya. One is that the self is unthinkable, but at the same time knowable, and how that is possible. Is it not a contradictory statement? And the another one, a very quick one, is that you have said at the last that the Tattvamasi or Aham Brahmasmi, and you have said that the I has to be decentered. I mean, that is what K.C. Bhattacharya opinion is about. So in what way, I mean, the I can be decentered? I mean, can you just give some, idea about it? Can you enlighten me on this? Thank you. Thank you so much.
Oh, I would like to reflect in brief. So I made a distinction between thinking and knowing in the framework of K.C. Bhattacharya. So K.C. Bhattacharya says that reason cannot fathom the depth of the ultimate reality. Reason has limitations, and he understands philosophy in his own way. And I remember the word which I used, that K.C. Bhattacharya tones down the agnosticism of Kant. Kant thinks that the ultimate reality cannot be knowable. it is thinkable. It is because of the limitation of the ideas of reason. The reason has got limitation and it cannot. So, but K.C. Bhattacharya understands that it can be knowable, and this is in the true spirit of Vedanta. In Vedanta, we have got a concept of self-realization. We can realize the self, and certainly the depth of the truth cannot be apprehended by reason. Reason has limitations, but we have got aparokshanubhuti, or we have got a intuitive vision. So intuitive vision is certainly now that makes us that vision, that aparokshanubhuti, we can know the ultimate reality. That is what I meant. And when I reflect about Tattvamasi or Aham Brahmasmi, so my submission is that I lingers. So the cult of subjectivism, which K.C. Bhattacharya streamlines, that cult requires de-individualized consciousness. So I am conscious, I am self-conscious, or I do realize, but here he contemplates that de-individualized consciousness, and that's why he says that I should be dropped. Aham Brahmasmi, in that statement, Aham should be, and that's I would request that if you get some time, you read a very subject as freedom, that hopefully I put my reflections.
Professor Sinha, if I may just continue on that same theme, if you talk of de-individualized consciousness, but if you drop aham from aham brahmasmi, then the sentence doesn't make any sense. It's not even a sentence, and it's ungrammatical. So my point is that when you have to communicate these ideas in language, you have to face all the limitations of language. How can you transcend that? I mean, we all know Shankaracharya is another very beautiful stotram where he says, well, the guru is maun, and the vyakhyanam is through maunam, and all the questions of the students are dispelled. So, I mean, that is just one way, but once you have to communicate this in language, you have to use tat, tvam, aham. How else can you communicate?
And that's true. And in the end, I submitted my submission, my reflection, that this state of de-individualized consciousness is a matter of suspicion. So that was you have beautifully presented that, but I also subscribed, and that's why in the end I submitted that this sort of stage subject as freedom may not be realized, and naturally Shankar's stage, the spiritual consciousness, Aham Brahmasmi or Tattvamasi, that can be, and there is a possibility to realize that stage. And saints and seers talk about that. So naturally, the subject as freedom, that requires again thorough reading, and hopefully when I get some other chance, I will be in a position to go deeply to that, the concept of the subject as freedom. Subject as free, that I can understand, which you are rightly pointing out. And the limitation of language is always there in philosophy. the language cannot express the concept which Kesavacharya is aiming at. The aim of philosophizing is aim of philosophizing. So hopefully I may not have satisfied, but I also feel my reflection was like that. So thank you very much.
I think Dr. Jayanti Sahu has raised her hand. Jayanti, you can ask her your question very quickly.
Yes.
Brief question.
Sir, good morning and good
Good
evening
morning.
to all. Sir, namaskar. It's really a great pleasure to listen to you and your ideas. But as again, the problem arises, maybe the subject which you are talking about, it is, I'm just trying to bring some kind of clarity. Is it a kind of freedom which existentialism they talk about, that you want to give the freedom to subject, and doing this you want to remove the I, and there is a pre-reflective cogito. You want to establish that sort of thing, or because here again the problem is that if you decentered or said that aham should not be there, then why do we talk about moksha, liberation, and who got the liberation and why? And then the concept of maya, which Sankaracharya has established, that it has no meaning. So how do we address the problem of the world and problem of objectivity? And as you said very rightly also, subject interacts with the object, and there is an intersubjective element also there. So all this has no meaning if we remove the aham from the brahmas, only brahmasmi left out. So how do you, so just a
Yeah.
clarification. Yes.
You have rightly pointed out, and I do understand this, but I am talking in the framework of K.C. Bhattacharya. And K.C. Bhattacharya talks about the subject as completely free from all the traces of subjectivity and objectivity. So you go through that book, Subject as Freedom, the title is, in this paper, I am also suggesting that this state of complete transcendental freedom is a matter of suspicion. My conclusion is, if you have heard carefully, so my suspicion is also that how the subject as freedom can be conceived. Aham Brahmasmi, and that is a possibility. That is also very difficult. I don't know how many persons have realized that state. But this, so naturally, K.C. Bhattacharya is a philosopher. He is not a rishi who wants to attain the self-realization or something like that. He was a professor in Calcutta University, as you know. So, but he has given a very beautiful and very thorough framework of philosophizing. And the methodology he has used is methodology of withdrawing from objectivity. So cognitive inwardization is the methodology of his philosophizing. So this is what I have to say.
Yeah, can I just have 30 seconds, Guruji? I think the solution for this really is what we consider as a adarsh or ideal. Ideal never exists, but it can always be pursued. So I think the reality is always what you can pursue, but the ideal is something that you can never attain. So the aham is really the ideal that you need to get to. And Brahmasmi is the rest of the world that we are part of. So I think this may
But this
remove
may
this.
solve this solves the problem.
This may solve the problem. Yeah, again.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody. I think we don't have more time for more questions. We can directly go to the next session, Mr. Kalanji, or wait for a few minutes. Come back at
Yes,
6:30.
we can directly go to the, I mean, not directly, I just wanted to take a group picture. So if you could please switch on your video cameras, all of you. Let's see, let me give, and then after this, we will get into the session, and I already see Professor Jyoti Sarma is there, and as I understand, all the speakers are also there, so we can. So give me 15 seconds and please switch on your cameras and smile. Number one, I'll take two pictures. This is number one. Thank you. And now for
Sukalyanji, you have to smile also.
Sure. Thank you for reminding. All right. Number two. There we go. Just a moment. Thank you so much. So now, Professor Sarma, we are ready for session number 7. You have to unmute yourself. Yeah.
A very good evening here in India and a good morning in the US. So thank you very much, organizers, for giving me this opportunity to chair this very important session. And in this session, we have 3 very eminent speakers. The first one is, of course, my teacher, in a sense, though I was not his direct teacher, but somehow or other, I got influenced with him when I was a student at JNU, Professor Girishnath Jha sir. So he will be delivering a very important topic on artificial intelligence. So without venturing any other thing, I would like to request Professor Jha to deliver his speech. Before that, I would just like to make the announcement that we have 25 minutes per speaker, and we plan it in that way that 20 minutes for the presentation and 5 minutes for discussion. So immediately the presentation is over, we shall go to the discussion. So now I'd like to invite Professor Girishnath Jha sir to deliver his speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma. Thank you, the organizers of the 26 Vedanta. In the first day, there was a very interesting discussion on AI and the Vedas, and we ran into some kind of issues with the tokenization aspect of the Sanskrit text, because if we have to have AI for Vedas, the texts have to be simplified and then normalized. Without normalizing, the interpretation by the machine will not happen, and the Sanskrit text and the Vedantic text will continue to be a difficult entity for interpretation. So I thought I'll basically continue from there and talk a little more about the issues, mostly on the technical term. Now, Vedanta is a huge body of literature in India. I mean, for me, it's difficult to actually exclude any literature that has been done in ancient India, all the way up to I would say Shivaraj Vijay, and even much later out of the Vedanta repertoire. So Vedas, Upanishads, Aranyakas, Brahmanas, Brahma Sutras, Bhagavad Gita, you name it, and the 6 orthodox schools and the heterodox schools and other related texts, which even the Vedangas, I would say, you can't say that the Avyakarana is not part of the Vedantic scholarship. and the Shiksha. There are more than 100 Shiksha texts. And Nirupta and Chandakalpa, you name it, everything can be considered part of the Vedantic literature as far as the technical terminology is concerned. And why do we discuss about technical terminology? Because unless we define technical terminology of the discipline, it will be difficult, number one, for the interpretation of the body of literature, more so because Sanskrit has been a historical language. Vedic has been different from the post-Vedic, and pre-classical, classical, epic Sanskrit, and modern Sanskrit. All of that is very, very different. So for a machine to actually mimic the Sanskrit text of Vedantic tradition and to interpret them meaningfully is a tough task. And therefore, I thought I should talk about the technical terminology and how to basically capture those from the Vedantic text. So there are two ways to do it. First, using human labor as we normally do in India. We look at the texts. Texts are there in big numbers, and if in manuscript stage, we have to get them typed, and then and while typing, we can get the technical terminology and indices, etc., as we typically do, and then get the books printed, etc. Now, the traditional way of preparing indices, glossaries, etc., have been there. The problem is many of the Vedanta texts are still far from being, in the limelight or in our hands, either in printed form or in digital form. So what I'm suggesting, and I have been doing in my new role as the chairman of the Commission for Scientific and Technical Terminology, which was set up in 1961 to create scientific and technical terminology in all the subjects, of course, including philosophy, Indian philosophy, and in all Indian languages, 22 Indian languages. There's a massive, massive task. We have been there for 62 years now, and there has been progress, but considering the large number of languages that we have to use technology, and so we have made certain changes in our process, and we are working faster now. So what I suggest that we go the digital way, and in going the digital way, what we can do is first prepare a corpora by employing, of course, if there is already something typed on the internet, we crawl it. If not typed, then we have to use other technologies to convert a handwritten text or a pre-digital text into digital by scanning and doing the OCR, all of that. And there are smarter technologies even there. We are not anymore talking about the conventional methods in doing optical character recognition. There's a lot of AI actually happening there. We're not talking about anymore, for example, we have, say, English to, say, a Hindi dictionary for some subject. Say, for example, a Vedantic, glossary is there, and in English, Romanized, Sanskrit is Romanized, and then we have Hindi and other Indian languages. So we can automatically predict a target language word, a translation word in a new language without resorting to machine translation. So, so from the comparable data set, we can predict the target data set. There are techniques being largely used these days, and very smart techniques. So those things are to be used progressively, and then come to what I call the new glossing and paraphrasing and interpretation techniques for Vedantic texts. Now, unless we do it, we have the classical Vedanta, as Professor Sinha outlined the distinctions from the classical Vedanta to the neo Vedantic period, started by Vivekananda, etc., and the finer distinctions thereon. But we have to continue to gloss our text and produce interpretations of our text. Not only in Indian languages, which are 22 official in our constitution, but also major world languages. And while doing so, we'll need a lot of help in terms of the technical terminology, the conceptual technical terminology. A lot of work has been done in this area. People have prepared classes, etc. And even I have done on our server, sanskrit.jnu, a lot of Vedantic texts have been put in automatic indexing system, and the cross-referencing and cross-linking system are there. I'll very quickly show you there. But if you do these things, glossing automatically, and once we have glossed in one language, then getting the target language in any other language. For example, if I have glossed Vedantic text in English, for example, I can automatically get a target language in by getting the conceptual terms in the target language and then building a text summary, without resorting to actually machine translation. So all of that will have to be done progressively, and once we have the glossaries and the glosses available, we can then reference them to a comparable text. For example, if I have glossed the Brahma Sutras, and then I want to compare it the technical terms from there to other texts, and see if a different context is emerging. For example, if I search for a word, say Atman in Rig Veda, and then or Agni, for example, in Rig Veda, and then try to get this nirukti done by our Nigantu system, and then we go to the different dictionaries and see what explanations. For example, Apte dictionary, what explanation is from Apte dictionary, and then subsequently we can route it through some other texts. For example, Agni in Veda, Rig Veda might be meaning something else, and Agni in Charaka Samhita might be meaning something else. So a comprehensive environment for a glossed word or entity can be obtained by cross referencing and cross linking. Now, I talked about that the requirement of translation being weaker these days in these cases, because if we resort to machine translation automatically for serious philosophical texts, there may be problems, and machine translation is not that mature at this point. So therefore, I'm suggesting glossing automatically and preparing technical terms, glossaries, and then using that for human interpretation. Now, why there is a need for conceptual terms of philosophy, particularly Vedanta? Because the terms, for example, when we were working for the Rasayan Sar text, actually text of 20th century, but it documents very early procedures. And I was able to translate that the Dhatu Marana Shodhana Prakaran into English language with some of my students. And we came across a word bhasma, and we were looking for its translation in English. And Indian languages, of course, they will just use bhasma without making any change. But in English language, you have to have something. And if you translate it as a metal dust or something like that, this is going to create trouble, because bhasma is something which is bhasmi bhuta, which has lost its original character, and that doesn't happen when you burn and grind. If you term it metal dust or something like that. So the technical and conceptual terms from the Indian text of Vedanta are loaded, and unless they are interpreted properly, it will create chaos. Now, the requirement, if there is a need to teach Vedanta in, say, Indian languages, then we need to have dictionaries. And if you see the requirement of new education policy, they talk about teaching these scientific and technical disciplines in mother tongues, as much as possible. I would say, and mother tongues, as you know, are 270 in India, and out of those we have 121 full languages. And from there, we have 22 official languages in our constitution. So, therefore, to progressively continue building glossaries in all disciplines, including philosophy and Vedanta, has been done by our Commission for Scientific and Technical Terminology, considering the broad objectives of the national education policy and the requirements to teach in mother tongue. And currently, we are focusing on the 22 official languages, but very soon we'll be going into other languages also. And what changes that we have done now is that earlier we used to build English to Hindi bilingual dictionary, and then from Hindi we would project or will translate manually into other languages. And there were issues in accepting a Hindi word in other languages, because there were issues in getting Hindi words, accepted. People would then resort to creating new terms. Now, what I have decided now as chairman of this commission to do the dictionaries first in Sanskrit, and then present the Sanskrit technical terminology to other languages for easier adoption and acceptance. Now, so this has been going on, and we have signed agreements, for example, with IIT Bombay in translating a bilingual dictionary into multilingual dictionary, not resorting to translating techniques, but to predicting techniques. For example, if there is a, say, for example, English to Hindi dictionary of, say, philosophy, for example, I'll show you, we have a philosophy dictionary. And then from the Hindi technical term, if you are able to predict its Sanskrit root, for example, if most Hindi words that are used in our dictionaries are tatsamic in nature, because they originate from Sanskrit. So from seemingly Sanskrit word which is used in Hindi dictionary, if we isolate the root, verb root, by checking the the verb root database, 2000 verb root database, Panini, and there be some other parameters for the target language. We create a target language model, and with this root parameter and the target language model, we are able to predict the target language word. So there is a possibility that dictionaries can be generated. Currently, the IIT Bombay team, which we have signed recently an agreement, I'm looking at some of their research papers. The accuracy is about 50%, and then which if it goes up, then the problem of if we have a bilingual dictionary done in one language, so the need to do other languages ab initio will not be there, right? So we can then bypass that process and speed up the thing. Now, the other most important thing that would be needed, for example, we have a pre-digital text, or even a digital text whose soft copy is missing or lost. How we can quickly convert that using OCR into electronic text. Once the text is electronic, then it's easier to create automatic glossaries and indices and create frequency of unique words. I did some exercise earlier when I was creating my keyboard for Swift key, Sanskrit keyboard, and I ran my crawler into creating 100,000 words corpora for modern Indian languages, and then running the lexicographer through it to get keyword list. And I found that between 7,000 to 8,000 keywords were found, or unique words were found in a modern Indian languages corpora of 100,000 words. But when I did the same exercise for Sanskrit, I obtained a Sanskrit corpora of 100,000 words from ordinary Sanskrit, contemporary Sanskrit, online. And I realized that I got approximately 3 times more unique words in Sanskrit. So now the problem is Sanskrit happens to be not only more creative, but also more standard. People, when they write in Sanskrit, they become very conscious in making sure they are more creative, more eclectic, more academic. And also the fact that Sanskrit grammar allows you to have 24 forms for a noun and approximately 180 forms for a verb. And there are 2,000 verb roots in for Sanskrit. And if a noun is used as a verb, uska naam dhatus, for example, putra is a noun, can be used as a root, so putriyati can be a verb form. So again, then every noun can be perhaps used as a verb, and each verb would be a paradigm of 180 forms. So Sanskrit basically gives you a possibility of, someone was telling me that there was 102 billion words possible in Sanskrit. And that too, look at the history of Sanskrit, the Vedic Sanskrit, and then the Sanskrit used in the Upanishads, Aranyaks, and Brahmanas, the Sanskrit used in the Puranas and epics, and then the classical Sanskrit, starting with Ashwaghosa all the way up to Shivaraj Vijay, and then the modern Sanskrit. And when I say modern Sanskrit, people, write Sanskrit depending on what kind of mood they are in. If they are writing Shastraic Sanskrit, they will be still more academic and more sutrai. Now, so from a Sanskrit which is ordinary to come up with an interpretation would be easier, and but from a Sanskrit which is Shastraic to try interpretation automatically will be very, very difficult. And therefore, we need some kind of pre-parser or pre-processor, or we call it, basically a tokenizer, you can call it. I'm not saying a parser, pre-parser, pre-processor, tokenizer, which normalizes Sanskrit. For example, there's a most of the Sanskrit Shastra, already, even the Brahma Sutras are sutraic, they have a style, different, there's a unique style of construction of a statement, which is mostly verbless, and the unique way the karakas are applied. And to make that normal by postposing the verb at the end and making it a normal sentence, and from there, then the engines like Google or other full-blown parsing or translating systems can act and come up with something more interpretation of the text, which can be then prosecuted. I mean, my question is, if we are looking at the Vedic texts, which are certainly a separate system of grammar, as Panini mentions, and then the post-Vedic texts, as I mentioned, and the Shiksha. There are many texts which are still being in the process of being located, being reconstructed, being edited, etc., etc. I have some harrowing stories of some of my students were interested in translating and editing a Shiksha text. For example, Atreya Shiksha, and we did not find a good copy in India. We found. Then I consulted some of my friends in the Maharishi University Management, Peter Freund. He said the copy would be available in the Hamburg Library. So we contacted them. They said you'll have to pay 1,300 euros to get the pictures of those manuscripts. So JNU Library finally was able to pay the 1,300 euros to get the good copies from there. And similarly, another my student was working on Charaniya Shiksha. He got a good copy in Lahore Library and not in India. So so getting hold of good copies of manuscripts and then running a good OCR, which of course has to be handwriting in OCR. And again, that's challenging because we have to have a good set of parallel data of the handwriting and the actual type material for every age and every kind of Sanskrit text to come up with a reasonable machine learning data to train the systems on. Then we have to have ASR, or automatic speech recognition, and of course video to text and translation tools, all of that. And so coming up with a reasonable, I would say, the Vedic AI. I'm not going into deeper questions of consciousness, and as Rajiv was trying to discuss the intelligence without consciousness and stuff like that. And, I'm saying even if we're trying to make the text more accessible, more readable, because texts have to be made accessible to the world, and not only in one language but in multiple languages, so that they can get the ideas which are contained in Vedic text. And the texts have to be located. Texts are digital, texts are not digital. A large body of texts are not digital. These are handwritten manuscripts. We have to get hold of those texts, try various kinds of AI techniques, as I mentioned, optical character recognition and speech recognition, video to text. and translation tools, etc., etc. And to be able to do that, we will have to prepare a lot of dictionaries of technical terms. For example, I run an OCR on a text of Jyotisha, and the machine stumbles on recognizing words correctly, which are perhaps the conceptual terms. Then we can run through a Jyotisha dictionary or glossary, perhaps do some post correction. Similarly, ASR and video to text, all of that will be needed with a lot of the corpora as well as the dictionaries and glossaries. Now, talking about how much time do I have, Chairman? Hello.
Girishji, maybe 3-4 minutes more.
3-4 minutes. Okay, I'll be summarizing now. Thank you. Now, considering the application of AI and beyond, so the AI in India has to be, of course, as I have been talking about in my lectures, Indian AI. What that means, the algorithms created for machine learning in the nuanced Indian context. Sometimes, if we apply deep machine learning or other techniques on, for example, ChatGPT on Indian languages, results may not be that convincing. And if you try them on Sanskrit, it's going to fail. So we have to have algorithms which are actually going to be easily adaptable for Indian nuanced situations. And we have currently 22 languages in Constitution, Sanskrit being one of them, and there'll be 121, the next target, and then 270, the other target. And if there are 38 more languages waiting to be included in our Constitution, some of them may just come in. So things are very complicated. We have to have Indian AI with Indian data centers, and also what I say, the AI with core computing or Sanskrit-based core computing. What I mean by that, the Sanskrit vocabulary. I'll quickly show you. Let me share a screen very quickly. The Sanskrit, the terminology is already available in our dictionaries in big quantities. Let me very quickly share a screen. You see that this is our dictionary. I have converted most of our koshas myself in a searchable format. Now, if I search, anywhere, here you'll see, for example, I search administration here, and now the dictionary is going to search the words in Indian languages. So, and you will see there a lot of similarity across Indian languages. So prashashan, and then if you see if there is a non-Devanagari script, for example, Bangla, you see prashashan parichalana, Vyavastha Tantra in Gujarati, and Kannada Karyabhar. You see in Malayalam Bharanam, Prashasanam, and Nirvahanam, something like that in Malayalam. So much more deeper. So already what is happening in Indian languages, there's a lot of Sanskrit words being used across. And so the advantage is that take these Sanskrit words from Indian languages, and let me quickly also show you my Vedanta glossary very quickly. I forgot to do that. Very quickly, I'll say, I'll search Agni, and Rig Veda. So it gives you a lot of references. Agni is a very important god in Rig Veda, and then you come up with references. I can do the Nirukti of Agni, and it will say this is Agranir Bhavati, etc., etc. And you can search external sources. So I can search Apti dictionary, and it will give me the actual detailed meaning and part of speech tagging of Agni. Then I can search our Amarkosh. Amarkosh is going to give you the details on the Agni and synonym, etc., etc. It's an RDBMS, and it also perhaps will give you 8 or 9 languages of Agni. Now, what you're seeing is basically the server in JNU, but our server CSTT is different and is going to be live Shabda.education. So we have Agni, and there's so many synonyms of Agni and other languages. And then you can search in Mahabharata, you get Agni, you get in Apte's dictionary, Agni, Wikipedia, Agni. So a lot of this cross-referencing is possible. And then you can see search again Charak Samhita also, it will give you a different interpretation. Now, what I'm trying to see here is that with these technical terminologies and this, and the on AI, which is to be based on Sanskrit vocabulary, and Sanskrit grammar has influenced most Indian languages. If you look at any grammar of Indian language, for example, Hindi, Punjabi, Gujarati, even Tamil or other South Indian languages, you'll see a very clear imprint of Siddhanta Kaumudi. So if Indian languages, the grammars are influenced by Sanskrit, the vocabulary is Sanskrit, why not have a core component in Indian languages, AI, which is called Sanskrit, I call core computing. So take that and take the Indian vocabularies, and then perhaps attempt what I call the, the broader, what Rajiv talks about, the Vedic AI, which not only processes Sanskrit very well, but all languages descending from the same family. So that will be the real challenge, and we should be attempting that progressively. So thank you very much. Let me unshare the screen, and I can take questions if there are.
Thank you, Professor Jha, for a very interesting and enlightening talk. I mean, before opening the floor of the house, I mean, I would just like to ask one thing, that you have mentioned that applying artificial intelligence and beyond. Now, what is this beyond? I mean, are you referring to some future prospect about it? I mean, what are the future prospect about? What are the future prospect beyond artificial intelligence? That is what I just like to know.
The two directions that the beyond actually can take. One is, as I said, Indian AI with Indian algorithms. By Indian algorithms, I mean which can easily be adapted for a nuanced Indian language situation. We don't know. There are so many kinds of languages available in India, and many are still not documented. We don't know what kind of situation we run into. And in all doing that, using a core component, what I call the Sanskrit-based core vocabulary, grammar, etc. And we did an experiment in it when I was consulting Microsoft Research. We created a common part of speech tag set for all Indian languages. So all Indian languages, despite the so-called family divisions, can be understood in a single scheme. That's one aspect. And the second aspect is that AI has to be more accessible to people, and AI has to be more available to people. If we create an AI and that is not cheap and that is not free, then it will not going to work in India. And AI, by beyond, I also mean using AI progressively in education, health, and the key disciplines in India, so that we are able to use the best of AI, which we badly need in India.
The paper is now open for discussion. Anyone would like to ask? We have 5 minutes for discussion.
I have.
Yeah,
Yes.
please go ahead, sir. Yeah, please go ahead, sir.
Okay. Girishji, it has been my problem for a very long time, and I spoke once to your guru, Professor Kapoor. He said every language has a Prakriti and has a Sanskrit. So to claim that Sanskrit is origin of everything doesn't fit with this. I mean, as a chemist, I know that everything existed before chemistry people made the periodic table or bonding rules, and this, which is really wonderful. But is it possible that Sanskrit is just a most effective, most prominent, most extensive way of organizing words? But the words are not created by Sanskrit, but words are just organized. And there is a lot more work to be done. But anyway, I just want to ask this question.
Yeah, the languages have evolved in India and also in the West. And Sanskrit perhaps is the oldest language in the sense that we have the oldest document available for Sanskrit, the Rig Veda. There's nothing older than that. People have been talking about this language and that language as older to Sanskrit. We only have to wait for a document to make our point. It's possible when Panini was writing the grammar of his Bhasha, there was no name Sanskrit during Panini's time, it was after Panini. That language was called Sanskrit, was defined. So Panini wrote grammar for the most dominant variety of Bhasha, which was his mother tongue perhaps, and also simultaneously gave rules for the Vaidiki, which was a compositional language. Right? So that Vaidiki was subsequently called Sanskrit also. And so Rig Veda being the oldest text of this language, so I guess we can safely say that Sanskrit is the oldest language in India and also in the Indo-European family, which I have, I have principled opposition to this Indo-European and Proto-Indo-European stuff that we have. Now, describing about how languages evolved, from Sanskrit, there are n number of grammar books in linguistics and Indo-European, Indo-Aryan, etc., etc. They talk about words emerging by simplification of the syllable structure in Sanskrit. Satya becoming Satta and Sacha, and Agni, Aggi and Aga. So there are they have written grammar rules. It's also possible, one can take your position that it's possible that from Ag we can derive Aggi and we can derive Agni by doing a backward reconstruction. But the history of availability of Ag.
My real question, Giriji, is that do we write first when we are born, or we speak first? Obviously, we speak first. We don't write. So what you are saying is based on text, makes perfect sense. My fear is that we are following the European model of book, because they are people of the book. And so we also somehow have to catch up with them and say, oh, we are also, I mean, obviously we are oldest. Obviously we have most sophisticated. But our reality is natural, Prakrit, not Sanskrit. Sanskrit is an organization of a lot of knowledge. That I think, no doubt about it. To say that, I mean, nobody, no child gets up and starts, gets born and starts speaking Sanskrit. It's just like you have to learn it. The text was created based on text. What you say is correct. But obviously, when we are born, we don't start writing text and reading text. We start speaking, and that's just natural. It should be considered in your idea. That's what I'm saying. It should be considered in your ideas.
All languages have two forms, as Professor Kapoor rightly said. The spoken form, which is called Prakrita, and the written forms, Samskrita, right? When English has two forms, currently I'm speaking the Samskrita English to you, right? And when I'm in my home, I speak the Prakrita, Maithili or Prakrita Hindi. When I go to classroom, I speak Samskrita Hindi, right? That's perfectly all right. And you also said that the Sanskrit, all languages in India, traditional oral tradition. So that's why, but people had this problem. The words started to get, sound meaningless. And so they started writing Nirukti. They did Nirukti. They started composing Vyakarana. Therefore, there were 6 Vedangas created to make sure that we are able to understand Vedas, right? And there were traditions built. When Panini wrote the grammar of a Prakrit language of his time, he calls it Bhasha, that grammar became very famous. He was successful in compiling the grammar finally, because there were 10 grammarians before Panini who were unsuccessful, right? So the language was called Samskrita after Panini. And in any country where there are multilingual situation, we need one, standard language to survive and to communicate, right? And Sanskrit was that language in ancient times. From Arunachal to Iran, we had, and from Tibet to Sri Lanka, people had to educate themselves in Sanskrit because there were so many languages. So I've read somewhere that when people came to India to get education, they had a crash course in Sanskrit in Indonesia. Then they would come to India, get admission in Nalanda or Takshila. Even today, we have the same problem. How to educate ourselves at the higher education level. We have to have one Sanskrit language, and so that's the issue actually.
I understand.
We would like to take another question.
Sorry, sir. Add to it, Arun. May I just little add to what Professor Balramji has said, because this issue has been bothering me also for quite some time. That if you read Kalidasa's Abhijnana Shakuntalam, 60% of it is only in the Prakrit. So only 40% Sanskrit, refined Sanskrit, the way we talk about it, it is there. So, our language originated basically in the Prakrit, but when it was refined, brushed, so that it can effectively be communicated with grammar and with etymology and everything else. These are the technicalities which came up later on. Grammar, of course, came very late. Even for the English grammar also, Shakespeare and Milton had no idea about English grammar. Look at their English, the way they have written it. Grammar came very late. The students also learn grammar very late. Yeah. So to say that Sanskrit is of course, it's the oldest, but it's not the original. Original is Prakrit.
See, there's nothing called original language, right? I mean, how do you find original language?
Original basically means that when I encounter an object, I get the sensation. Language is the sensation of the first sensation.
But in Kalidasa,
so how to translate that sensation in the language, in the first language kind of thing.
See, in Kalidasa,
it starts beginning conceptual paradigm and everything else.
See, a playwright has to be very true to the society. In Kalidasa uses Prakrita for those people who are not very educated, right? Even if in Bollywood movies, the people, some people speak Awadhi, some people speak Hindi. There's a dichotomy of using language. So Kalidasa uses Prakrita for those people who are not considered educated. In most of the Sanskrit plays that you have see the same situation. So that is there. We have a standard variety. We have not a standard variety of the same language, right? I speak Bihari Hindi in my family. I speak a good Hindi in my classroom. So Prakrit Hindi versus Sanskrit Hindi. The same thing is used in plays also, right? So that's very normal.
No, now you are diverting it to the education aspect of it. That's another area.
Education aspect.
Anyway, thank you.
Yeah.
So we would like to take two questions together. One is by Professor Kanchan Saxena, and the other question which I have got in the chat box, that is by Vedmitra Shukla, that have we prepared any artificial intelligence tools that can provide new definitions of Sanskrit terms through or on the basis of amalgamation of all the available e-resources? So please go ahead, Professor Saxena, with your question.
Hello. Can I answer that question?
Ma'am, you are on mute. Sena ma'am, you are on mute.
Please go ahead, sir.
Okay, the question in the...
Yes, it's okay. Is it, am I audible now?
Yeah.
Yes,
sir,
yeah, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Yeah. My question is that when talking about the AI, especially in the Sanskrit text in Indian languages or in any Western languages, they simply provide us the literal meaning of the text, not the original intentional meaning of the author. So do you think that will be much better to provide original information, original learning, or the method we adopted till date in the earlier periods, that is more useful? According to the scientific and technological advancement, it may be useful, but as I have a little doubt that they somehow corrupt the intensive or the intentional meaning of the writer. So that is my hunch. So please explain this. Thank you very much.
Meaning has been traditionally done in Indian tradition by doing vrittis. Vrittis are done for every text, and there is a process of the vritti that leads to subsequently the vyakhya of the text.
Yeah.
And since the Sutraic tradition was done on a purpose, because we were in a Laghav oral tradition, and Laghav was important, and we had to construct every shastra sutraically and musically. Chanda was also important. So all of these was there. Now the challenge is to we can't do all of that manually because we don't have good scholars for every specific discipline who can actually do a good vrittis and vakhyas. A lot of our texts are actually languishing and getting obviously what's happening to our manuscripts. So AI is a good option for us, but again, that AI is very difficult to obtain, as I mentioned, because the basic problem is first to normalize that Sutraic text into a normal Sanskrit which AI can understand. Because if you just have a cryptic sutra for a machine will not be able to understand anything out of it. For example, if I say akaha savarni dirgha in the Panini is a sutra part, that even if I know Sanskrit, it doesn't make any sense unless I know the discipline properly, right? So the domain knowledge has to be given to the machine. Now, but before that happens, we have to normalize. Now, I recently had one of my students doing a PhD in Sanskrit text summarization. So given a normal Sanskrit text, the machine can write a quick summary. That summary will be abstracted by abstracting the text, not depending too much on the keywords. So there are research going on in doing this kind of interpretation tasks by machines. But for Sanskrit, there is added difficulty. We have to first normalize a sutraic text into a normal looking Sanskrit text. And that's the big challenge. And therefore, I'm kind of proposing an initiative on text tokenization and simplification for Sanskrit. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor Jha, for your brilliant talk. And due to the paucity of time, we will not be able to take further questions. And let us thank Professor Jha sir again. Now, we'd like to invite and for their discussion is insights from Paninian grammar for Sanskrit voice typing. So I would like to invite Tushar or Subhas, anyone who will be able to present. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I'll be presenting, sir. So can I start sharing my screen?
Yes,
Yeah, please.
sharing, right?
Please go ahead. So we have 15-20 minutes. So please try to conclude within that. And that will be followed by discussion. Thank you.
The topic of my presentation is Insights from Paninian Grammar for Sanskrit Voice Typing. This paper has been co-authored by me, Tushar Gandhi, and Dr. Subhash Chandra. I'll be presenting the papers. Moving further, the points that have been discussed in this paper are voice typing and Sanskrit particularly. We'll be talking about Sanskrit voice typing. Then I have specified the objectives of this research paper. Then I have done a short literature survey related to the topic. Then there's a short survey of the Paninian grammatical framework. I've talked about the structure of the Paninian grammar. Then I've done analysis of some of the Paninian sutras pertaining to phonology and speech, which are useful in voice typing. And then I've drawn some conclusion, which I'll be sharing at the end of this presentation. So voice typing in Sanskrit. So voice typing is basically an automatic speech recognition technology that turns speech into written words. It can also identify and understand human speech to carry out a person's commands on a machine. So now until recently, most of the automatic speech recognition research has focused mostly on English and other European languages, which are technologically and which are rich in resource. But recently, a lot of effort has been put into developing automatic speech recognition for Indian languages as well. For example, by Google, by Apple, and especially Amazon Alexa. A thorough analysis of the Sanskrit language reveals that it incorporates some of the important linguistic elements useful for developing ASR tools like voice typing. And we can also find ample insights, ample hints from Paninian grammar also, which are related to phonetics and speech, which could be useful for the development of a Sanskrit automatic speech recognition system. Since a language's social, geographical, economic, and cultural development depends heavily on the development of computational tools and technology in the respective language, it is now crucial to develop computational tools and techniques for Sanskrit language, which is one of the ancient languages of the Indian subcontinent. In this regard, developing a voice typing tool is one of the urgently needed tools for Sanskrit language. Now, objectives of the research. First objective of this research paper is making speech technology accessible in the Sanskrit language. With the development of automatic speech recognition, voice assistant text-to-speech synthesis for Sanskrit speech technologies can be made accessible in Sanskrit language to a great extent. It would also eventually help in the development of voice assistants and transcription and auto subtitles in Sanskrit as well. Ultimately, it will help in smoothening the process of Sanskrit typing for Sanskrit enthusiasts and learners, including persons with disabilities. The next objective of the research paper is Sanskrit voice typing tool, application of the Sanskrit voice typing tool on other Indian languages. The voice typing tool, the voice typing model that will be developed for the Sanskrit language can be used for other Indian languages as well, because if you see, most of the languages of the Indian subcontinent have sprung up from the Sanskrit language and even are similar to Sanskrit language in the syntactic structure. Also, this paper would help in determining the scope for the development of speech technologies in Sanskrit. And it will take into account the syntactic and phonetic structure of the Sanskrit language in doing so. In this regard, insights from Sanskrit text would also be useful for the development of speech technologies in Sanskrit language, particularly Paninian grammar. I have done a short literature survey related to the topic. First, there are two books that I have found related to this. First one is Natural Language Processing, a Pan-Indian Perspective, which has been co-authored by Akshar Bharti and two other writers. This book talks mostly about insights from Pan-Indian grammar from the perspective of natural language processing. Also, it compares Pan-Indian grammar with other modern grammars like tree adjoining grammar, like context-free grammar of Noam Chomsky. Second one is Sanskrit Computational Linguistics. It's a book edited by Professor Girish Jha. It contains it contains the papers presented at the 4th International Symposium at JNU in 2009-10. It also contains several papers regarding natural language processing and Pan-Indian grammar. Then there are some research papers also which have been written in this on this topic. First one is Automatic Speech Recognition for Sanskrit, which has been written by C.S. Sadoop and A.G. Ramakrishnan. This paper basically talks about an automatic speech recognition tool for Sanskrit using HMM toolkit. And they have also stated the techniques and processes that they have used in this process. Second paper is Automatic Speech Recognition in Sanskrit, a new speech corpus and modeling insights. This paper basically talks about a speech corpus that has been a Sanskrit speech corpus that has been developed at IIT Bombay, especially for automatic speech recognition in Sanskrit. The third paper that I have studied is Acoustic Speech Processing of Sanskrit Language. This paper has been co-authored by Samarth Borkar and Sujay Kakotkar. This paper basically talks about speech processing of Sanskrit using acoustics, and it uses MFCC technology, Mel Frequency Capstrum Coefficient technology for acoustic speech processing of Sanskrit. Now there are two doctoral theses as well that are ongoing related to this topic. First one is Automatic Speech Recognition System for Sanskrit Prose, Challenges in Resource Creation. This doctoral research is being carried out by Devendra Kumar in School of Sanskrit and Indic Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University. And second one is being carried out by myself, Tushar Gandhi, Sanskrit Voice Typing Tool, Issues and Challenges in Department of Sanskrit, University of Delhi. Now, I'll quickly go through the basics of Paninian grammatical framework. As we all know, the Paninian grammar is known as Ashtadhyayi, and it's clear from the name itself that it's divided into 8 chapters, and further, each chapter is also subdivided into 4 padas. So in total, it has 32 padas and 8 chapters. And if we look at the structure of the Ashtadhyayi, it has mainly 4 components. The first one of them is Akshar Samamnai, or also known as Maheshwar Sutras or Pratyaharas, so which are 14 in number and comprised of and they totally comprise of almost 44 letters or varnas, which basically form the basis of the Paninian Sutras. Next component is the sutra part, which consists of close to 400 sutras or grammar rules. The third component is dhatu part, which contains close to 2000 verb roots divided into 10 conjugation classes called ganas, and these ganas are named after the first verb root of their group. For example, vadigan, tudadigan, churadigan, etc. The fourth component is gan part, which basically contains primitive nominal bases. Various classes like krit, tadhit, stri, sup, ting, and 22 verbal prefixes or upsargas operate on these bases, including 23 pronouns. So I have also done analysis of some specific sutras which are related to voice typing. So first one of them is the Sangya Sutra, and in Sangya Sutra we see that Panini has talked about 3 types of accents as well, which are Udat, Anudat, and Swarit. So Udat is basically the rising or high accent. He has defined Udat as Uchchair Udatta, which basically means that the accent which is pronounced from the upper part of the place of articulation is the Udat accent. For example, in Agnihi, the E Varna has an Udat accent. Similarly, Anudat accent is the falling or grave accent. Its definition in Nichai Anudatta. Example is in Agnihi word, we can see that A has an Anudat accent. And similarly, Swarit is a mixture of both the accents, varnas that are pronounced with the help of both the upper and the lower part of the place of articulation are known as Swarit accent. So example are in Kwa and Kanya. You can see the term Kwa has a Swarit accent, and in Kanya A has a Swarit accent. So what's important is that these accents are very much important for the machine to understand when one speaks in various accents. So it would be very useful in machine learning as well. If the machine learns these rules, then it would be very easy for the machine to understand these 3 different accents as well. Similarly, Panini defines Savarn Varnas as well, the homogeneous Varnas. So he gives its definition, Tulyasa Praratnam Savarnam. So the Varnas which have similar place of articulation as well as internal effort, Abhyantar Prayatna, these are termed as Savarn or homogeneous. For example, the cover group, Ha and Visarg have similar place of articulation, that is Kant. So these are termed as homogeneous sounds. So on the basis of this, this Aka Savarne Dirgha Sandhi, this Aka Savarne Dirgha Sutra also operates, which says that if A, E, U, Ri, and Ri, these varnas are before a are there in a word, and after that a homogeneous letter is follows, then in place of both the varnas, that is from this Ak group and that homogeneous letter as well, both of them would be replaced by a Dirgh or long vowel. So example is Dandagram. Dand and Agram becomes Dandagram, and Dadhi plus Indra becomes Dadhind. So this sutra is important in the aspect that machine when we speak these words in the machine and expect the text result from that. So in this these rules will be very important. So if the machine would learn this rule, so it would not separate Dand and Agram in separate entities, which is highly possible if the machine would not be knowing that rule. So this rule would help in achieving that perfection. Similarly, in eco energy as well, which is a Yant Sandhi rule, we get 2 results, Sudhyupasya and Sudhyupasya. So if we want to get both of these desired results when we speak in the machine, so this rule will be very important in that aspect. Similarly, in Vriddhi Sandhi rule, which says Vriddhi Rechi, according to this rule, if if a or a varna is followed by a, o, I or au, then both of them are to be replaced by a vriddhi ekadesh, that is I or au. So in Krishna plus ekatvam, the result is Krishna katvam. So if we speak this word in the machine, it's highly possible that we'll get Krishna and ekatvam as separate entities if the machine would not be doing this rule. So, and if we make the machine to learn this rule vriddhi rechi, it's highly possible that we can get Krishna katvam as the perfect result. Similarly, in Stosh Tunashu, Ramas, we get example Ramas Chinoti, which this result is when Ramas and Chinoti come together. So in this case as well, if the machine would not be doing this rule Stosh Tunashu, it's highly possible that it can give Ram and Chinoti a separate rule at separate entities. So for that, it's important that the machine learns this rule stores Chunashu so that it can easily operate on this type of results. The next Sandhi Sutra is Mu Anuswara, which clearly says that if a padant ma is there, which is halant ma, so and if it is followed by a consonant, so that halant ma should get changed into an anuswar. So if we speak amram khadami in a machine and the machine does not know about this rule, so it can give amram khadami with a halant ma as a result, which will be grammatically incorrect. So but if we make the machine learn this mu anuswara rule according to Ashtadhyayi, it can give perfect result amram khadami, in which ma would be accompanied with an anuswar. Similarly, in case of samas sutras as well, we know Avyay Bhav samas, there are 16 possibilities in which Avyay Bhav samas happens. Two of the examples are Upgangam and Anukrishna.
Try to wind up within 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll wind up, sir. Which means near to the Ganga and after Krishna. So it's highly possible that the machine would give Up Gangam and Up Gangam as two separate entities, Up and Gangam. So for that, we need this sutra to be learned by the machine. So machine learning would help in this process, but Paninian sutras will be important in that aspect as well. Similarly, same case would happen in Dvandva Samas as well. Hari Harav can be given as separate results by the machine. So for that also, this Dvandva Samas rule chart se Dvandva would be important for the machine to learn. Similarly, in Tatpurush Samas as well, we see Dvitiya Tatpurush example, Kashta Shrita and Narak Patita. So these can be also be given as separate, Kashta as separate entity and Shrita as separate entity. So for that, these rules are to be taught to the machine through machine learning. So that would be an important aspect in that, and in that process, supervised and semi-supervised machine learning process would be very important. So the conclusion that I have drawn from this paper is we can get ample insights from Paninian grammar related to phonetics and speech, which can be useful for the development of a Sanskrit voice typing tool. Also, this could further enable the development of other speech-related computational tools for Sanskrit languages like voice assistant transcription and auto subtitles, and also speech-to-text translation tools. Also, the voice typing model that will be developed for Sanskrit can be used for other Indian languages as well, because I've also mentioned earlier as well that most of the languages of the Indian subcontinent have sprung up from the Sanskrit language, and their syntactic structure is also similar to Sanskrit. And these are some of the references that I have gone through during writing of my paper. So that's all. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tushar, for your very interesting talk on insights from Paninian grammar for Sanskrit voice typing. We would like to take one or two very short questions. So now the paper is open for discussion. Anyone is having question for Tushar? Jha sir, would you like to ask something? Professor Krishna Jha sir?
Yeah, See, the method that he has proposed is a totally rule-based method, and I understand Sanskrit being a very rule-based language based on grammar, Panini and all. The first temptation is to go rule-based, but you understand that ordinary Sanskrit text and Sanskrit text is very difficult to type. If someone is speaking rapidly in a Sutraik style and in Chandas, it will be very difficult to type. So why don't you go machine learning way? And what that would mean that you create a good corpora of all these Sutraik and prosaic Sanskrit and get them typed, and then create a parallel corpora and then train the machine. And then there are well-known algorithms for training. Comedy is one. Then you can go other techniques also. And as you said, Devendra is working on it, and we are being helped by European Language Research Association. Kali Chukri is joint supervisor that initiative. So everybody is doing machine learning these days for voice typing and for ASM. Do you think rule-based system will actually work here? That's my question.
Sir, I think in this aspect, when we talk about that machines should learn Paninian rules, I think that at that point, rule-based learning would work, but it would not be good in long run as well. For a long run or for better results, again we'll have to stick to corpora building and then making the machine learn both the language models as well as the text models, or both the language model as well as the speech model, which is traditionally being used nowadays. So, but I thought that when we talk about Sanskrit, there are very ambiguities in results. For example, I talked about that Yand Sandhi rule. In that case, we get two results, Sudhyu Pase and Sudadhyu Pase as well. And Patanjali in his Mahabhashya has discussed about 4 more results. So that makes it 6. So in that case, I think rule-based machine learning would work, but not always.
Every Sandhi rule, when applied, will result in multiple outputs. It's going to be difficult to select which output is correct in what domain and what context. So that will always be a problem. So, for example, even these Agasavarni Dirgha or Iko Yonachi will result in multiple outputs. You consult the dictionary each time, and dictionary will say, yes, this is also true, this is also true. So machine is going to start. So machine learning, therefore, is being tried in all cases. And then AI has improved a great deal. But only thing is that you have to have good corpora, good annotation, good parallel and comparable data to train the language model again.
I think there are no further questions to Tushar. Let us thank Tushar Gandhi for his very interesting talk on Paninian grammar. Now let us invite the third speaker, Arushi Nigam and Subhash Chandra. So they will be speaking on digitization and resistant access of Dharmasastric scriptures. So I would like to invite them for the talk. So anyone who will be delivering the talk, please come and deliver. Please maintain the time limit. So you have 20 minutes time for this for presentation and 5 minutes for discussion. Please adhere to the time limit. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'll be doing the presentation and I request your permission to share the screen.
Yeah, you already have the right. So go ahead.
Thank you. A very warm good evening to the Vedanta Congress. My name is Arushi Nigam. And I am truly delighted to be here to share a glimpse of my research paper entitled Digitization and Instant Access of Dharmashastric Scriptures. It is basically a subject field that seamlessly bridges the archaic with the contemporary. In a world where digital advancements are transforming the way we interact with the prior knowledge, its preservation and accessibility is of paramount significance. An overview of what shall be covered during the course of this presentation is as follows, and a brief introduction to the topic and prominent Dharmashastric key texts. Then a listing of the major concepts appertained in the Dharmashastric text, which are basically digitalized and made available for quick access and instant searching. Identifying the central problem, objectives of the research, the methodology and the approach that have employed to carry out this research, functionalities and the characteristics of the online system, and lastly, the anticipated outcome of the research. Dharma Shastras are basically a gateway to the opulent knowledge base, embodying a multiplicity of ideas, thoughts, traditions, ethical guidelines, sociological milieu, internal and external epistemology, philosophical perceptions, and an impeccable blend of both humanities and sciences. That being said, they are also a major part of the intellectual tradition of India. Dharma Shastras and Vedanta, they are both a very distinct branches of Sanskrit literature, but an interconnected aspect. Together, they enrich the multifaceted tradition of Sanskrit literature and Indian philosophical thought. Dharma Shastras and Vedanta, though they both are the subset of Vedas, the difference being that for Dharma Shastras, Vedas serve as the sources, and for Vedanta, they have derived from the concluding part of the Vedas. Broadly speaking, Dharma Shastras are more practical and dynamic in nature. They basically provide the ethical and legal codes of societal conduct. They encompass many different social institutions such as dharma, ashram, varn, purusharth, sanskar, which basically make up the text as a for society management. Vedanta, on the other hand, focuses on the metaphysical and the philosophical aspect. Listed in front of you is the Dharma Shastric key text. The first three, namely Manusmriti, Yajnavalkya, Narad Smriti, these are the prominent three Smritis. Apastam, Baudhayan, and Gautam, they are the three major Dharma Sutras, followed by Kautilya's Arthashastra and Paraskar Griya Sutra. These are for some other cardinal texts that are thoroughly studied in the Dharma Shastric field. Now I have listed a lot of concepts in front of you. There are infinite, multiple concepts that we can easily find in Dharma Shastras. But I have, these are just a very, very minimal examples. I've listed in traditional aspects. I have bifurcated those entire concepts under two major headings, that is traditional and contemporary. The major focus here was to study the traditional text and make it and find more relevance, which can be find more in the relevant for the contemporary aspects, such as debt system, fiscal, financial, administrative measures, traces of management, mathematical sciences, health and clinical sciences. All these topics hold a very significant importance in Dharma Shastras. This is basically the crux of my entire research. All these concepts have been digitally stored to foster access, deeper understanding, accurate referencing, and as well for instant searching. All of this with just a single click of the button. The process and the development we shall be discussing in the upcoming slides. Now, the motivation behind this research was the identification of a certain problem, that is lack of digital accessibility. We have realized that as of yet, we do not have many resources where we can instantly receive the information, where we put in the query and receive the information. Therefore, instant search is not possible. There is a very, very limited availability of Sanskrit resources in the web format. And specifically for Dharma Shastra, there are very insufficient tools where indexing can be done and information can be accurately received. That being said, we do have books, manuscripts, the printed versions or the hard copy versions that are there of the original text, but they do come with their own set of challenges. For example, the manuscripts are perishable. They're prone to printing, typing mistake, wear and tear. It's not feasible to carry those books around, and there are at many times the book is not even available. If that is also there is still a huge problem, as though texts are huge. if a person wants to have study or a target-based studying is not possible because those texts are huge, and to study one particular text, entire book needs to be very scrupulously read. So this is not efficient. It's time-consuming as well, and we cannot guarantee that a person has received the all and the accurate information. So to basically mitigate all these problems, to alienate these problems, there is when my objective of the research comes in. What the main basic goal is to develop such a system where we can receive the information instantly, accurately. The system is automatically based, a web search, and to do all that, we need basically what we need to do is digitalize, make the hard copies version digital version. This will not only enhance the information retrieval system, you'll get the instant referencing, you'll get the correct information even with the English and Hindi translations. Plus, it will also enhance the versatile accessibility. Since it's on web, any person can go on the web and click on the site and use this. So this will also contribute to the preservation and very large-scale dissemination of the Sanskrit language or the cultural heritage as well. So now the methodology we have adopted to carry out this research is that collection of data, a qualitative analysis, so that we have a very accurate and correct information that we provided to the users. For the digitalization, the methodology that has been used is the two basic techniques, that's indexing and tagging techniques. Both of these techniques I'll be discussing in the next few minutes. And to develop the system, there are two basic steps. One is the creation of a text file, which basically contains the entire data that is required to produce the output. And the second is components. That is a very basic thing, but whenever there is a system or a mechanism, we basically need a lot of small components which together work cohesively to finally develop the system and generate the output end to end, basically. So the creation of text file, we have 4 major text files, one consisting of the original shloks, second is the file of translations, another is the exegesis of English and Hindi, and the last one is a text file which has the compilation of all the conceptual terms and their corresponding translated meanings. Now coming to the components, these are the 4 or 5 major components that this development of system depends upon. First is a preprocessor, which is basically where the input is given by the user. It makes it the information machine readable and sensible for the further processing. Script validator is a very important tool. What it does is that it validates the user's incoming query, whether the user has sent the information in Devanagari or in IEST, that is International Alphabetical Sanskrit Notation, in that script. Second is concept validator. Like you can see in this flowchart, the information comes in, it can be in Devanagari or IEST. It is the job of the script validator to decide and for further processing whether it is in IEST or in Devanagari. Concept mining is done on the basis of concept validator. Concept validator basically matches the input queries with the concepts already stored in the database, and they are tagged as per the concept, like in a proper arranged format. Meaning generator, as the name suggests, it provides English and Hindi translations. Information generator renders the required information. Entire searching is summed up over here, and it makes the information ready to be generated for the user. And finally, the displaying of the result, which is done by the output generator. It arranges the system generated raw information and makes it more accurate for displaying in a more systematic and a desired format. Now I can show you the entire explanation with this system. Like this is the system which is right in front of you. This is known as the front end or the client side or the user interface. This is where a person can type in the query and the information will be generated by clicking of this button. So now one big thing is, now if I type the word VAR, the information generated over here will be in IEST. So whatever the information person wants, we have made it a point that the system shows the information in the corresponding language. Similarly, if we give the information in Devanagari, the input will be generated in Devanagari. The total number of outcomes will also be displayed to you. The word is highlighted, and it also generates, the meaning generator has generated the Hindi and the English translation. Another ease for the usability is that a person can just select any term from the entire pre-created concepts list. Like, for example, if from here, if I choose Atithi Yagya. Oh, just give me just a second and I'll do this. And the result will be generated on the Atithi Yagya, for example, I took. And the output will be shown here with the similar thing. The meaning will be generated and everything. So this is basically how the system works. Now, how is this information being generated? That is done on the basis of two mining techniques, that is information extraction techniques. First is instant indexing and second is concept mining. Now, there is one major difference between both of these is that although they both are a subset of the data mining, both of them will show you the result. You will give in the query, the information will be retrieved to you within seconds. Accurate information is there. It will show you the accurate referencing as well. 3.105 is like the third, Manusmriti's third chapter and the shlok number. Everything will be there. The only difference between this or concept mining and indexing is, which is a huge difference, is that concept mining basically enhances the search accuracy. This example-based understanding will make it more clear to you. What instant indexing does is to you, it shows you those results where the word input query, whatever the input could be, it Van, Brahman, whatever, Atithi, Yagya, etc. It will show you those results where that word is explicitly mentioned in the output. Concept mining is a more intelligent version, we can say, for instant indexing. It even shows you those results where that word, particular search query word, is not explicitly mentioned, but it does falls under the category of your search query. Like here, Varn, Brahman, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra, we all know these are the four major Varnas. The particular word Varn is not there, but it falls under the category. That is what concept mining does. It gives you information of those output as well, where it falls under the category, be the word mentioned there or not. Now, how the system is developed, the entire development of what you see in front of you, like I mentioned, user interface, it's all front end. That is what the person sees, user sees. So that is developed on the basis of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And the backend, where the entire programming and all of this is done, is called as backend, and the language uses Python, text file for data, which we explained, and server is Flask. Server is basically acts as a bridge between the local host, that's where the system is created on a particular computer, and the web, where you finally deploy the entire system. Now, feature of the system, I have already mentioned also during the conversation of this presentation that the features are such as it is bilingual, it is English and Hindi, the basically IST and Devanagari, the number of output are shown over there, meaning is generated. You have two options for searching. It's either you type, and another easyability is you can search it. You can just click on the concept that you want. The referencing is there. Then we also have a downloading option. After a person has finally found the information he or she wants, he can save it in the PDF format. It is efficient and enhances precise information retrieval. It is target-aided outcomes you can receive based on the conceptual searching. Then the one big feature is tooltip enabled. Tooltip enabling is basically, like you see the shlok, when you hover on these shloks, this hand sort of icon, if you can see, that is a tooltip enabled, it will automatically generate those shloks. The meanings, the corresponding meanings of English and both English and Hindi. And the expected result is that it facilitates a deeper understanding, exploration of Sanskrit knowledge. And it provides very comprehensive information related to the query. It is a robust online tool for analyzing and extracting very meaningful information. A concept-based revision is already done for the ease of the usability. It provides a very accurate referencing index. And as of now, the system is developed in basically two scripts, but using this prototype, it has a huge scope to be developed in multi-scripts like Tamil, Telugu, Kannada, Bangla. It can be easily worked upon using this prototype, and the entire system thus promotes preservation of those text and also a versatile access. Thank you.
Thank you, Arushi, for your very interesting talk. We would like to take one or two questions. First of all, we'd like to invite Professor Jha again to enlighten her with some questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Arushi. Thank you, Arushi. So, ये बताओ, see, this is basically, as I understand, technologically using text
Yes, sir.
files. Right?
Yes, sir.
And text files have their limitations because if the system is to be scaled high and then more data comes in, more complexity grows, you need to go into RDBMS and more finer restructuring of the data. So as of now, if you have to move up to a database system, how would you do that?
Sir, as
And
of yet,
I have one more question. Now,
yes,
the
sir.
most Sanskrit Dhammasastic texts and other texts are structured in a similar fashion. We have parvas, the adhyayas, and then the upadhyayas, shlokas, etc., etc. So if we have computerized or digitized one text, the same template can be used for other texts also. So are you considering that?
Yes, sir, that's true. That is, we have received this while we were discussing for my PhD thesis. Yes, sir, that is true that it is basically a prototype and it can be very easily recreated for major text because yes, the system structure of all the Dharmashastra is the same. What as per where I am concerned is what I am doing as a PhD thesis is this time that I am not. This was basically a work of my MPhil. So now in PhD, I'm concerned. I am focusing more on the concept and not just the instant indexing. We are doing on the concept where I'm trying to incorporate four, like I've listed, 4 or 5 Dharmashastric texts, and basically we are manually taking out the concepts, and we'll be working on that with the to give it a change. We are working with the contemporary terms, like we'll be up on that pre-created menu. There will be another pre-created menu that will consist of the contemporary aspects also. And sir, as per the data structure, what you talked about is, as of now, since it is as per yet is a very initial stage, it is all in the text files. But we do face a problem when we try to incorporate it with like we tried with another 2 or more texts, and there were a lot of problems. The system did not the system could not take the queries, and there were a lot of problem with the concepts. Like they were like interlapping, which was not very accurate. We are still trying to work on that, and maybe we will maybe not. We definitely need to work with putting our databases, because abhi jab hum try kar rahe hain, so it is interlapping. Like for Arthashastra we tried, so there were 2 concepts which were matching, but the information was different. We want to give different shloks, so we need to or else we have to create a different system only, which will use only one particular text and not all the text together. So as of it, we're exploring all those options, how to work about it.
There is a question by Dr. Jayanti Sahu. Her
Yes,
question
sir.
is, do you think that digitization will resolve the problem of the reader and hearer? How to reach out to the people who have not access to it? Or you mean to say that this is specific and apply to the people who wants to access to it? That is her question.
Do you think digitalization will resolve the problem of the reader and the hearer? Do you have to reach out to the people who have not access to it? I get the question. Since it's a web-based system, the basic prerequisite is to have web. So that is what we plan, because since we want the accessibility, the person needs to have the access of the web. And once we deploy it on the web, it is available to everyone, but the person needs to have the access of the web, and it will be resolved problem of the reader and the hearer. Yes, to lot of extent we are trying to eliminate all the problems. Like I said, that is option for downloading. We are also, another option is that also we are exploring is, we want to make the entire system in a reader format. Like we can upload the text or whatever information is there, it will be uploaded, and the person can click like in a format of a pages. You can keep reading it, and the entire information will be like, it will be like a ebook. It'll be like an ebook. So that is also one point is there. And if a person wants to have a very specific or a target based knowledge, if it's not available in the list of concepts, you can always go and type it. There is an option for phrase, concept. You can type the concept, you can type the phrase, you can type the word, and the information will be generated.
Oh, I do.
Thank you.
Okay. We can have like this 1 minute. I'll just take. See, the problem is that we are philosopher, and philosophy needs a proper, like if you see, read the Kierkegaard, nihilism on the information highway. There are many informations are being already circulated. Okay, and so far as the what you said, accessibility and computerization of everything, that is okay. That I agree with you, and you are doing a lot of works. But what is that exactly? Who, which one is a good one, and how much the readers, when I read the text, suppose I'm reading the text and something is not clear to me, and then and I read another one, the similar kind of text, then which one is authentic? See, the problem is that who is taking the responsibility here? That whether is it our duty only to circulate or making digitalization of everything, or we are taking the responsibility of also commitment and responsibility is added to that also.
Yes,
That's
ma'am,
fine.
that is very true. And I can answer to this question is that since the strokes are original, there is no doubt in that they are manually stored and everything, and we have manually corrected all the strokes with the correct spelling and everything. Coming to the explanations, what we have done is we have considered, like for English we considered Buller's, and for Hindi there is Praveen Play Alankar, Kaundi and all these books we have considered. Since Hindi, there's a lot of translations available for Hindi. I have myself tried to read 3 and 4 translations for the entire shloks, and I have put it in a more clearer version with the more detailed explanations. And for English, I myself, when I was trying to do the English translation, I was always told that Buller's is very appropriate. The most accurate is Buller's. But the language, I myself found a little like sages. They were using word sages for Brahman. Somewhere they have used the word, like for Manu, they are using the progeny. So I was not sure. So what I have done is I have eliminated those problems in my translation when there is a word for which we cannot find, like dharam ke liye, if they use religion, or if they are using for what I know is dharm, in dharma shastras we're considering with the rights, the kartavya, the duties. That's the word I have used. I have used either rights or duties, and it's like and it's in a more layman's language. All the stroke of Manusmriti that I've worked on, it's in very, very easy and very understandable language. And the responsibility for that is that we have collaborated with Dr. Ashutosh Mathur. He is a very good professor of Dharma Shastras. We have always asked from him for time to, once or twice to go through the explanations also, and to see if there is any major error that can be rectified before putting it online. So we are trying to do those things. And there is one more professor like Shankar Tiwari and all. They are continuously collaborating as my co-supervisors for checking the explanations only. So
thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks.
Thank you, Arushi, for your response and also your brilliant talk on the topic. And this is the practical aspect of the Vedanta philosophy. We have the theoretical aspect, which we have been listening for the last 2 days, and this is the most important practical aspect, and this is also equally very, very important. And we would like to thank the 3 speakers who delivered their topic on 3 important topics. And with this, we would like to end this session. Thank you again, organizers, for giving me this opportunity to chair this session. Now, over to Sukalanji. Thank you.
Thank you, Arup. Thank you so much for chairing the session. And again, thanks to the speakers. We are now ready to move to session 8. And session 8 will be chaired by Professor Raghunath Ghosh, who, Raghunath, if you could please put on your video camera. I'm sorry, I think I have to go. I mean, Raghunath is in an adjacent room. So let me go to his room and fix this technical problem. So please give me 1 minute.
maybe I can make my point that I wanted to make in the previous session. Was while they're fixing it, I'll start up as soon as they fix it. The real issue is that are we somehow perpetuating some kind of archaic knowledge? What I think Dr. Sahu is also asking is an important one, that, how to make it relevant today. And since, it's wonderful to have all this available, but if that's what people start thinking that's the correct one, then maybe we are perpetuating something. Maybe, obviously, just like, we have Niels Bohr's model of atom. I know that was like 150 years ago, and everything is not correct today. It has been moved up to God particles and things like that. So we might be going back into archaic session. And that's, if there is a intelligence in there available that can be used to modernize some of those things, that will be wonderful. It was a great presentation by Arushi, though. I really loved it. Looks like I have more time to make. Oh no, already all set. Okay.
Camera, please. There he is. Raghunatha, take over, please. You are muted.
Hello.
Yes,
No.
now we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Sukallan Sengupta, for assigning the pious duty on me to conduct the seminar papers. That is, in the first half, there are 4 lectures. The first one, Sudhir Bansal, he will speak on evolution of Karma Yoga. So I would request Professor Sudhir Bansal to start his presentation. Sudhir Bansal ji, आप शुरू कीजिए. You just start your presentation.
Namaskar. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Am I clear?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
And can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Pehle, Mr. Chairman, sir, friends, namaste. This is a good morning in Rhode Island, which is very close to where Sen Gupta sir and Balram ji हमारे निकट में हैं, बहुत पास में हैं. I want to make a invocation, and I hope that I resound it correctly. Om Sehana Vavatu Sehno Bhunaktu Sehaviryam Karvavahe Tejasvi Navadhitamastu Ma Vidvashavahe. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. At the start of my talk, I want to appreciate the organizers on letting me speak. And I mean that in a no mean spirit and no slight, because as I have hinted or talked and intercepted other conversations, I am a physician by profession. I have no, so मेरी professorship जो थी वो भी मैंने पहले छोड़ दी थी, but that was also in medicine. It had nothing to do with the social sciences. So when I start talking in the field of social sciences, with some an august audience, am I entitled to talk? Do I really want to address? What am I trying to address? What is the purpose of my addressing? Is it just to satisfy my own instinctual needs, that I also understand something? All of these questions, after I sent the abstract, came up to my mind. And even till last night, Dr. Sen Gupta, I thought that I would say to you that, देखो भैया, मैं तो ऐसे ही गलती में भेज दिया था. I sent it by mistake. I'm not entitled to do this. And let me just drop out. But then I recall during my fellowship years in endocrinology, I had gone to the chief of endocrinology and said, I want to drop out. I'm just, I'm not fit for this. All of us have doubts when we are doing something. When we undertake a karam, one of the doubts is, am I going to be able to do this work effectively? Is it going to be useful to anybody else? Is it just useful to me? And that is kind of the purpose of my talk. So without going through this further, I want to emphasize that the purpose of my essay is to take you on a very quick jet journey. And if I am starting to take too much time, please let me know. My journey starts in the time of the Rig Veda and brings it to the present. Right from day one, when I listened to Dr. Malhotra, Mr. Malhotra, whom I respect a lot, and some other speakers, there have been two trends. One is a trend of enthusiasm, and one, I would say, is a trend of a little pessimism, but I would say more from Mr. Malhotra's knowledge base, and I know him from his writings, is more of a challenge. It's not of that of pessimism. It is actually a challenge to us that can we rise to the task. And from what I have seen, even till the last few minutes, things which I did not know about in my secular life, in my social life, I've been very impressed with the access to the gaining the new knowledge. So I feel that it is a challenge which has been accepted, which is being executed. So I want to say that Indian philosophy is never going to be dead, which was the theme of my jet ride. I think that Indians build up. We do not demolish and remake. We build up on a structure. We start a structure which exists. We accept the old within us. We accept the value of history. We accept the value of what we have, and we build up further on it. And that is going to be the purpose of my talk today. I'm going to show you that all of the things which have happened, especially in my reason of picking karma yoga, is that how it has evolved over the time period. So this is a site which to my Indian partners would be no problem. These are washerwomen. They are sitting and washing clothes for the other people. But if you showed this to the American audience, most of them would say, what happened to the washing machine? Did the washing machine break down? So these are washerwomen who brings back the clothes. And during one of my trips to India, she mentioned to me that it was her destiny. When I questioned her what she did, and she said, "Arey saab, kismat ke mare hai, kismat hai hamara. This has been my fate in which I wash other people's dirty clothes. At night, I get beaten up by my husband, who doesn't do anything and drinks every night." When I questioned, she said this was her previous karma from her last birth. When I recalled for her that she had been attended to by the householder, a physician, she was quick to acknowledge the God in this provider and assign causality to her good karma. This is an uneducated woman who is akin to a blue-collar worker, but a blue-collar worker, at least in the US, would be educated at least most of the time to high school. So this is not an educated woman. But you look at her philosophy. She's talking about dharma, which I bracket with karma. She's talking about artha. Of course, we don't have time to talk about kama. Kama usually has been interpreted as more sexual-oriented acts or procreation, which was actually, incidentally, was my field of research in medicine. And moksha. Moksha is to be gained. It is not to be done. But she's an uneducated woman who is bringing out to light in her daily living that she has all of these things existent. So what she's telling us is that Indian philosophy is not in the academic circles. So I find strength from a washerwoman to tell me that I can present my topic, even though I put an exclamation mark in the Vedic times, where I should have put 1200 BCE. So it is 1200 BCE. So the periods I will cover through the evolution is the Vedic times, which are, these are artificial times. These are not necessarily correct. Some of them are taken off from the Indian philosophy text of Radhakrishna, which a number of you have quoted upon. So I will talk about my journey. Will start with the Vedic times. We will stop at the Upanishadic times for a little bit. Upanishad is badly spelled. Gita, then we'll talk about the great acharyas, Ramakrishna, Vivekananda, Aurobindo, and bring up to Medanand, a scholar in the present times. If I have time, I'll recite one of my cases, how I've used this knowledge base for myself. So when we think about when the Indian subcontinent is starting to develop, I don't want to call it India, I don't want to call it Hindustan, I don't know what we want to call it, so I'm calling it the southeast seat of empire. When it's starting to develop, whether it was the Aryans who were coming down from the Hindu Kush mountains, or it was the indigenous population, they were mixing together, whatever was happening, there was an amalgamation, and these are people who are now starting to do communal settings. They are getting well established, they are getting accustomed to each other, and they fear the nature, they fear the natural forces. The crops are going to be destroyed by rain. An animal is going to come and take their child away. So they have these priests who were praying with yajnas, with great fire rituals. This is one of the ones, this is a very small fire ritual. But if you think about a fire ritual, 3 major times in our lives at present: when we are born, when we get wedded, and when we die, we still recite those yajnas. So are we going to suddenly forget them because artificial intelligence appears? I guess not. They are going to survive the time. They are going to carry through. So I am personally convinced that there is strength in the Indian philosophy to carry these through. The second stop for me is at a time when, let's say, about another 1,000 years or so have passed by, 600 years, 700 years. People have enough to live. The crops are going well. We are starting to sit down. We are starting to, some of us are starting to speculate, maybe because we are tamasic, I don't think so, we are rajasic and sattvic, and we are starting to think, where did we come from? Why was we are placed here? What do I want to do? And that leads us to the Shruti literature, which is then recorded in the form of utterances of those people who had the insight, something what Balramji referred to in Dr. Jha's talk. I mean, what came first? The insight came first, the utterance came first. Is the utterance representative? I mean, we could, any of these stops, any of these jet stops, remember, these are jet stops on my journey. We could stop for a long time and talk about these. But we start seeing the evolution from the time, for example, when I forgot to mention, when we were doing the Havnas, a priest was kind of asking for nature's natural forces. He was creating some good karma. He was not, the person who was sponsoring it didn't do the good karma. Somebody else was doing his good karmas for him and asking heavens to bestow goodness to him. Now we start changing that. We start making the person accountable. These are saying the utterances of these, for example, Yajnavalika, who's a very famous person, educated, to King Janaka, and he's stating, now what we are starting to see, I won't read these individually, but what we are starting to see is that individual deeds becoming accountable. Not only becoming accountable in terms of the temporal time, not in terms of the time when the person who's doing the deed exists, but even in terms of impressions for future, for rebirth, and even in terms of the cosmic influences. So even in the time of the Upanishads, I've quoted two. This is the Brihadaranyaka, and then I talk about the Isha Upanishad. The Isha talks about it more, not coveting somebody else's wealth. For example, in the first shloka, again, we don't have time. These are jet stops. These are intermediate stops. So my purpose is not to discuss the development of any concept at any stage, but show you in this journey that this journey is continuing. We are evolving. We are building up on yajna. We are building up on this deed-oriented hypothesis as we go through. The next image is a very popular image. It is taken in the Itihasa time when the Ramayana and the Mahabharata appears, and whether Gita has been interspersed in it, whether it was put in afterwards, whether it actually existed, whether it is metaphysical, whether it actually, what actually happened. But we clearly have instructions by somebody controlling the destiny, the horses, the desires. So it is very allegorical in terms of the fact, the way it is presented. It is telling us that we have something which has the ability of control. Compare this to a Western influence where all of the audience is watching, but this guy is a marathoner. This is probably karma in its extreme, where the person believes if I run it, and the end point is the most important. So going back to Gita, the three things it emphasizes, it says that as an embodied person, look at that. The Gita is already starting to tell us that we are embodied. There's a body and a soul. So there is incessant physical and mental activity, and that is the prerogative of the embodied soul. We are going to act all the time. All of our actions are going to leave a stain behind to be absorbed by a future life, and actions influence individuals and cosmic events. So how do we get it off? How do we get that out? And I think that Gita for me is, and Mr. Balram saying the other day, my colleague had mentioned something about this, that I love the Gita. And I think it is, to me, it is a scripture par excellence, both temporal and transcendental in time. But giving up doership, the first thing is, what do I think? I want a glass of water. I want a glass of water. I need to get up. The I comes even before the water comes in place. So if I give up doership by recognizing my ahankar, which has been interpreted as ego, I don't think it's the right interpretation. I agree with the last speaker that, you know, the words which we interpret sometimes don't mean the same thing. If I go up to somebody in the West and say, oh, give up your doership, give up your ego when you go up to get that glass of water, he said, what the hell does ego have to do with getting a glass of water? He won't understand it. You say ahankar, or you say the doership, he might make more sense. So we have to give doership in recognizing in your secular existence, in our worldly existence, in this embodied existence. Once I give up doership, I don't have any expectations of the outcome because I has disappeared. Somebody's walking to get that glass of water. I mean, that's a simpler example, but let's say the marathoner gives up the I. Now he has no expectations of the outcome. He starts enjoying the race. And he entrusts the action to destiny. There is a big discussion about God versus free will. There are a lot of texts written. Edward Bryant has such a text, and some of the other people who have spoken about have authorship in those texts. But I will leave it at that. We don't have time. But the element of action with destiny and God versus free will starts making an appearance. Gita decries idolatry and ritualism, which had become pretty big by that time, I would guess. But at the same time, it is bringing the yajna back. So see that build up. We have not given up the Rig Vedas. We have not given up the Upanishadic thoughts of Aham Brahmasmi. We have given up doership. We have recognized now a doership better. So we're building up. And that is the purport of my talk. When we look at the acharyas, which appeared somewhere 700s, 800s CE, so in the common era, we see Shankaracharya, who talks about knowledge base. Ramanujacharya talks about the bhakti and the prapati and the self-surrender and the sharanagati. Somebody talked about it yesterday. But think about the Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and the ISKCON movement. Think about the Swami Narayan temples. They still exist. So our journey continues. The jet doesn't dissolve at some point. In the meanwhile, Swami Dayanand Saraswati, who appeared in the 1800s, revived the yajna in its proper form, but did not even go to the upasana part, did not go to the Upanishadic part, but went backwards into the actual yajna and brought it out to the forefront and talked about it as being a mental event, not the external, not the physical sacrifice we were doing. When somebody questioned Ramakrishna Paramahansa, who was a little later, he basically mentioned, you can do the action, but just bring God into it, just bring spirituality into it. And remember, Ramakrishna was a multi-dimensional person. He was not talking about, though he prayed Kali, he was not asking others to pray Kali. They could bring their own Isht Devta into it, or if they did not believe, like the present movement, who does not believe in religiosity, but spirituality, they could bring a non-formative God. They could give up the sacrifice to somebody else. So the movement is still alive. We now come up to Swami Vivekananda. He's somewhere in the 1800s, more close to 1900s. I think 1893 was his speech in Chicago, and 1895 to 1896. He started to, his major strengths to me are not building up again, but building up. The biggest thing he built up was his English command of the English language, along with the Vedanta. Somebody mentioned that our scriptures may be locked in because of the English. And this gentleman, when he came in, and incidentally, I had the fortune to sit on his chair in the Swami Vivekananda in the Vedanta Center in New York. When he brings out two great thought processes, but in terms of English language, he brings it in form of self-abnegation, which is giving up doership, so I won't dwell on that. But the other one he brings up is to this Western theologically oriented Christian audience. Incidentally, Hindus and Indians have never tried conversion and never will. It is freedom and moksha. But the freedom he talks about is freedom from pain, perception, good perception, thought processes. He's talking about freedom from doership. But then he extends it further. He talks about our mind thinking beyond heaven. Remember, this is a theistic society. We die, we go to heaven. But he brings out the concept of moksha in his karma yoga. So he's again building up. I'm not here to discuss who professed karma yoga the best. I'm just showing you that this journey is building up. It's just an ongoing journey. We don't discard the old. We don't just respect the old. We incorporate the old. We imbibe the old. Old travel with us. They are not left behind to be discarded. We get into Sir Aurobindo. Sir Aurobindo was a Cambridge trained scholar. As we all know, there's a lot of lecturing on it in the future, so I will not spell too much time on it. I'll just show my next slide. Sir Aurobindo was imprisoned. He was taken up for sedition in the Alipur jail, put in there. Excellent writings. I mean, if we are looking for a corpus of English written literature. It is esoteric sometimes. We need to pull out our dictionaries to see what he's meaning. His legend, the Savitri, such a long poem, he talks about he brings up his integral yoga, as I've written in my essay, which I submitted. The two integers could be divinity within and the embodied soul, but it could also be the integral yoga of the mind, body, and heart, which means the body, which is the physical organ, the mind, which is a sensing organ, and the thought process.
Kindly conclude, Dr. Bansal.
Okay, so here we will go on forward. There is a new scholar called Swami Medhanand. Swami Medhanand actually has Dr. Long, who was here yesterday, talked about it. And Swami Medhanand has looked back at the Ramakrishna literature, and he has basically reworded it in my mind. What he talks about is an uninformed person who gains knowledge, goes up to the top of the roof, is now the Aham Brahmasmi. For Shankaracharya, he would have sought salvation or moksha. But from there, when he looks at the world down below, all the embodied bodies are a form of Brahma itself. And he recognizes, therefore, there is no doership in this world. There is no action to be done. Everything is the same. I am a part of the same. And I basically become a Vijnani, which is a better development of term when Gita explains the Jnani and the Vijnani. I'm going to stop at this time. I would say just one word, that I have tried to use this in my field. My field was diabetes, which was very goal-driven. As you all know, we want to control our sugar, so it is goal-driven. In this society, it was controlled by external forces. The insurance companies were telling me what to do. The patient's lifestyle was very important. The patient didn't do it. My judgment by the external agencies was whether I was successful or not. I would get frustrated, very annoyed. Starting to focus on the patient, my empathy was better. Starting to focus not on goal orientation, but the methodology, my implementation was better. I may not have achieved the better outcome, but I came home with a sense of equanimity and more passion, which Sir Aurobindo talks about. I'm going to stop at this point. Thank you so much for letting me provide this.
Thank you, Dr. Bansal, for your nice talk. And from your talk, I presume that you are not physician of the disease, but physician of the worldly disease also. Bhava Rogo Vaidya, as it is called. So you have started glorifying Karma Yoga from Vedic time to the modern times. I congratulate you that you have emphasized on Karma Yoga. You have taken very much practical examples from our life, from washerman to Bhagavad Gita and Ramakrishna. So we are grateful to you, sir, for your nice talk. Now it is open for discussion. I can invite 2 or 3 questions in short. So please.
Sudhirji, if you can stop your sharing screen.
I am trying to, yeah. Okay, yes.
Okay, okay.
Thank you so much.
So please, any question, please?
Sir, can I have some
please.
observation? It's not a question, like because I have a passion for Indian philosophy, and it was a truly enlightening session for me also. And I'm thankful to Professor Bansal, and so many things. I also think that similar way, because you begin with your introduction and gave a kind of live experience what Indian philosophy is all about. And when it comes to Gyan and all, I understood Gyan is never limited to a kind of literate, whether you are educated or uneducated. Gyan in Indian sense to liberate others, and liberation also many times often misunderstood, because when we talk about moksha, we brought into Purusartha theory, and if it comes under Purusartha, moksha is not an abstract concept as we understand. And I love very much your picture, first picture, when you say that was a woman, they are doing their karma. And in Indian tradition, in fact, we have a karma. When we understand the karma, it has a metaphysical aspect, and it has an epistemological, ethical, and spiritual angle. So all together, taking into account, we decide the karma. It's not an abstract what they are doing. In fact, that is the first karma, that do your duty, as Gita said. So that is whether it is washerman, whether it is a teacher or poor man, so it doesn't matter. So you are doing your karma. So karma has a metaphysical significance. First, we say that what is the nature of the karma, and to achieve that, we have a, like this way we do philosophy, that there is epistemology. How do you understand this? And that is what they are doing. And then there is an ethical aspect to this, whether I'm doing my duty properly or not. And then coming back to, there is a kind of values, because ultimately we are looking for the social individual growth, whether it is Vedant, when it speaks about subjectivism, it is not limited to your own existence. They said, if you purify your existence, then you can also give anand to others. If you are unhappy, then you cannot provide happiness to others. So happiness is a kind of mental concept, and subjectivism is there. And so that, but ultimately we are going to the social well-being. So that's why I love your
Okay, Dr.
everything,
Sahu.
what you said. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Okay.
Dr. Sahu.
So, may I ask one thing, Dr. Bansal? In Bhagavad Gita, it is told that sarva karma akhilam partho jnani samappari samappate. So all these karmas are culminating in knowledge. How would you justify this thing?
Okay, thank you for that question. Gita, I was going to say it, but again, I missed that. It's a very circular text. It's not a manual where you start with step 1 and you go to step 2 and you go to step 3. It's kind of a circular text. It's also an undulating text. It keeps coming back to the same topic. So you can, any of us, you know, if you say the first 6 chapters came first, and that's Karma Yoga, and then there's Bhakti Yoga, and then there is Jnana Yoga, and because Jnana Yoga is placed at the end, if you, I mean, you all are definitely more knowledgeable. I'm not saying it, you all are very knowledgeable. If you look at the 18th chapter, after Krishna finishes, I think it's the 72nd verse, where he says, I've told you everything I had to tell you. Now you can decide which way you want to go. So it's not just Vivekananda's interpretation that all paths lead to the same. I think that we have not even separate paths. We have streams which are coming down the mountain. That's the way I envisage our philosophy. They interdigitate, they interfeed, they interloculate, they feed each other. So all the paths feed each other. So if you look at Tilak, for example, his version of Gita, I mean, he basically talks about karma. And then I think that one of the best places in synthesis I found in the essays on Gita with Sir Aurobindo, where he talks about, where again, it's a reference to in Savitri, for example, Ashwapati goes up and he has the forces. He goes up and he begs God, or whatever the cosmos is, to give him the divinity to bring down. And God says, you can stay here. Savitri is offered to him and you can stay here. I think he says that. And he says, no, I need to go up and bring this divinity down to earth. According to Sir Aurobindo, the world was not made for God's Leela. It is not a mithya. It is actually, we are here to salvage it. We are a part of the embodied being is as essential. Prakriti is as essential as divinity is, and if by karma we bring the divinity down into the masses. By the way, they both Vivekananda and Aurobindo talk about not feeding the masses. They talk about uplifting the masses. And to them, uplifting means education most of the time. So they are talking about uplifting the masses with social service. So I think it is recognizing that divinity within us, evolving that divinity to be given up in this embodied soul, bringing it out, and then making it work. So I don't think it is necessarily the jnana alone which works. It depends upon which pathway helps us the most.
Thank you, Dr. Bansal, for your nice reply and right presentation. So
Raghunatha, can I have a very quick question for Bansalji?
Yes, please, please.
Bansalji, you have said Sir Aurobindo a few times. I would say Sri Aurobindo.
Sri Aurobindo, that's right. Sorry. Because it is Sri Aurobindo, because he was not knighted. He was actually, there was a time when he was, by the way, he was put up for the Nobel Prize. He didn't get it. But this was a title given by people in Pondicherry to him. So it is a title of respect. It is not a British knighted title. I think the British knighted title, which Rabindranath Tagore had, actually he gave back to the people. And again, Rabindranath Tagore talks about all of this in his versions. I mean, it is beautiful exposition. The Indian, it's not time to talk about it, but I feel rewarded having worked in Western medicine to see the disciplines in the Indian philosophy. And those of you who are here, I really bow my head down to you, and I'm jealous of you to enjoy it so much.
Thank you, Dr. Bansal, for your nice presentation and nice reply. So we will go to the next speaker, S. Indira. She will speak on Vedanta and Yoga. Are you there?
Good evening, sir. Am I audible,
please.
sir?
Yes, yes, yes. You please start your paper.
I'm sharing the screen, sir.
Okay, okay.
Is it visible, sir?
Yeah, it's visible, but please go to the slideshow mode. Right now we see the outline. It's in the outline mode.
Oh, continue, sir. Oh. Is it okay, sir?
It is okay. I mean, if you just click on this, you see on the top ribbon, there is File, Home, Insert, Design, Slideshow.
Yeah, sir.
If you click on that, and if you say from beginning, yeah, perfect.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, everybody. First of all, I thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity in this platform. The topic of my paper is Vedanta and Yoga. The main objective of this paper is highlighting the features of Vedanta and its relation to yoga, and more focusedly on Sri Aurobindo's integral or Purna Yoga. Now I'm sharing the slides. Next. India is a homeland of spirituality since the beginning of evolution. Many traditions were founded during the course of evolution, and great sages realized their own selves through the prolonged practice. They tried to remove ignorance and enlighten the people. According to Indian Vedic tradition, an individual with highest perfection is considered as a yogi. Maharshi Patanjali, the spiritual guide, a genius and sage, was a pioneer of Raj Yoga who utilized the thought power. And it is a science that can be considered as a spiritual guide. He was a legendary person. So Maharshi Patanjali was a legendary personality, left a great legacy and worthy contribution to the forthcoming generations in the form of Yoga Sutras. He did not give any specific title to his methods. The philosophy of yoga deals with some of the mysteries of life and the unknown mysteries of life, and he discloses the secret of bringing the control of various divergent modifications of the mind. And yoga system teaches how to reduce mind into consciousness. So many contemporary Indian philosophers like Sri Aurobindo and others believed that it is not possible to kill the mind, but it is possible to transform it as a pure consciousness. Since everything is related to the creation of mind, the individual desire to create an impression that instigate the mind to act. Through this process, the individual soul mitigates its carvings. Similarly, the cosmic mind, which is the total of all individual minds, is also known as Ishvara, who created the world and follow the same path. But Advaita Vedanta won't accept it. It believed that the cosmic mind is Prakriti and it is a source of creation. And according to it, the knowledge of Brahman is attained through deep meditation. And Vedanta, it's a fact that Vedanta is one of the most world's ancient spiritual philosophies, and it is a philosophical foundation of Hinduism also. Vedanta is in its universal application, it's relevant to all cultures, all religious backgrounds also. And it affirms oneness of existence, diversity of the soul, and harmony of all religions. Vedanta is the search for self-knowledge and search for the Almighty. According to Vedanta, God has infinite existence, infinite consciousness, and infinite bliss. It maintains that God dwells within our own hearts as a divine self. It asserts that the goal of life is to realize and manifest our own divinity. This divinity is our own real nature. According to Vedanta, the teachings are of four paths. They are Karma, Gnana, Bhakti, and Raja Yoga. And in the early period, yoga was the essential aspect of the Vedic seeds, and it was practiced to develop concentration during the Vedic period. And to perform any yagnas, yagas, they have to practice in sitting one fixed position for more period of time. To chant mantras, breath control is also required, and fixed concentration was necessary to the ritualistic purity and accuracy. In addition to this, physical discipline and fasting are the parts of rituals. They were helpful in controlling the sense organs of the aspirants. Therefore, the ritualistic worship of Vedic saints required a powerful practice of yoga sadhana. The rituals are in unison with yoga. The Vedic yoga contains all life and it starts with nature. Vedic deities constitute several yogic perspectives, values, and principles. For the total involvement of Vedic yoga, the individual needs the innermost transformation of mind. From Sri Aurobindo's perspective, the individual must have that inherent aspiration to achieve this ultimate goal. Vedic yoga primarily concentrated on the concentration techniques. It was helpful in invoking and envisioning. Generally, Vedanta means the end of Vedans. The principal concept of Vedanta include the nature of reality, the status of Brahman, Atman and their relationship, the cause of creation, and the states of consciousness and practical yoga. Each division of Vedanta has unique features and it is as old as Upanishads and it is not a homogeneous school. Due to the differences in interpretation, it is divided into several sub-schools ranging from non-dualism, pure dualism, and qualified non-dualism. They interpret the reality of Brahman and the realities of the nature also. Advaita Vedanta considered self or Brahman as the supreme reality, and there is no distinction between Brahman and Atman. Liberation is possible when person overcomes the illusion of duality. And Visishtadvaita distinguished between Brahman and his manifestations. And although Brahman is one, he appears as many. Each of his creations is distinguished from one another, and Ishvara is same as Brahman, but distinguished from his distinguished due to his qualities and functions. So, according to Advaita Vedanta, reality is one, but distinguished in some aspects. Advaita Vedanta believed that Brahman is different from the souls. The souls are different from each other, and Brahman is the infinite and independent reality. Advaita Vedanta identifies 5 distinct dualities, like duality between Brahman and souls, duality between Brahman and nature, and duality between souls and nature, and so on. Advaita Vedanta proposed that Brahman as the highest supreme reality, which is eternal, independent, and universal. His creation is represented by the dependent reality. It holds that although souls are dependent realities, they are not created by Brahman but exist eternally. Since they are dependent on man, they are considered as reflections but not same as him. The individual souls attain liberation when they realize their connection with Brahman and their dependence upon him for their liberation. Advaita Vedanta school is also known as Bheda, which was founded by Nimbakara of 11th century, who is a Vaishnava philosopher. And this school identifies 3 types of eternal realities. Brahman, soul and matter is known as Chit, Achit and Ishvara. Brahman is independent reality and the other 2 are dependent. They are also different from Brahman because they have natural functions which are also called as Swabhava. In relation to Brahman, they have otherness as well as same functions. And he is responsible for the preservation and destruction of the world, and he controls the whole world also. According to this school, the souls do not lose their individuality, they realize their oneness with Brahman. Siddhadvaita, this school follows pure monism, which was founded by Vallabhacharya during 16th century. And according to this school, Brahman is both creator and the created. All things arise from him, eventually withdrawn into himself at the end of the creation. This school also believed that through knowledge, devotion, and selfless service, one can enter into the Vrindavan, the abode of Krishna, and remain in his eternal service. And Aditya Bheda Abheda, it means inconceivable difference and non-difference. This school follows Vaishnava Sampradaya, which was initiated by Chaitanya during 16th century, and it is derived inspiration from Dvaita and Ishtadvaita schools. And according to this school, Brahman is the supreme reality and its distinction from the individual soul are unknowable, but they can be experienced through the unconditional devotion towards God. And coming to the yoga is extensively dealt with Vedic text, Vedantic text. Advaita Vedanta of Shankaracharya addressed the 8 limbs of yoga, and he explained different types of samadhi in Yoga Sutras, even in the highest state of yogic meditation, which is in Nirvikalpa Samadhi. In the text Yoga Vasishtha, the teachings of yoga and Vedanta together mentioned as the unitary teaching. To understand yoga at the deeper level, one must first understood and they must be able to understand Vedanta as a practical way of self-realization. And there are different approaches in Vedanta, just like yoga. Both of them unitedly direct towards the true goal of the aspirant. Yoga cannot be separated from Vedanta because the essence of both Patanjali Yoga Sutras and Vedanta are same. And Vedanta teaches how to realize Purusha, and it is about the knowledge of one's essential nature. Yoga infers knowing one's own self. In the contemporary context, the Swami Shivananda mentioned about the relation between yoga and Vedanta also. And he focused on the true self, realization of the true self by mastering the senses and also by making the mind quiet. All this process can be considered as Vedanta. So mindful practices of yogic disciplines and profound commitment of self-realization can can enable one in order to engage yoga properly and successfully. Along with making the mind conducive for spiritual progress, a harmonious and peaceful relation between the individual and society can be created, and also peace and tranquility to the man can be provided by proper practice of ethical principles, which was mentioned in Patanjali Yoga. Whatever the individual's particular temperament or orientation, he can find a resonating yogic approach that will lead them out of the confusion and unhappiness. As a potent antidote to suffering, the constant practice of yoga can fulfill man's deep-seated impulse towards the inner freedom and peace of mind. Coming to the integral yoga of Sri Aurobindo, actually it is a comprehensive work that leads to the spiritual practice, and it is the unification of various yogic paths and approaches to achieve spiritual realization. His idea of yoga is not just a physical practice, but a profound and integral way of life that unites the individual with the divine. It is not limited to one specific technique. It encourages the seeker to follow the path that resonates with their nature. He also suggested the traditional paths of karma, gnana, bhakti, and raja yogas. And according to Sri Aurobindo, yoga is essentially a channel of fruitful union with the divine. And he used to time and again, he used to utter that the whole life of the human being can be considered as a yoga, and it is a moment from being to becoming. And in the essence of integral yoga is conscious cooperation with the power of the infinite. And there are different levels of spiritual realization, and the ultimate truth is one. The supreme truth has multicolored unity, having a rich diversity of forms or aspects, and different spiritual aspirants have approached from different directions. And in the history of Indian culture, one can observe the varieties of spiritual experiments with the truth, like the same yogas like karma, gnana, bhakti, and raja yogas, and Vedanta, including Shaivism, Shantoism, Hinayana and Mahayana schools of Buddhism are the best examples of spiritual experiments. And mystic religions like Christianity, Sufism, Taoist and Neoplatonist Taoists also trodden the path of yoga with marvelous results. They scaled the heights of spiritual experiences. Integral yoga is an attempt to bring the desired synthesis. It is described as the attaining divinity in the collective humanity. The supreme goal of life consists in the liberation from the bonds of Prakriti. So it is the endeavor of the spiritual aspirants to realize mukti, or the transcendental freedom, by rising above towards the limitations of the body, mind, and life. And integral yoga is the highest goal to attain mukti, and it emphasizes the necessity of supplementing the ascent by descent and negation by a deeper affirmation. The aspirant has to climb the path of ascent to have the spiritual experience, and he must correlate the upward moment of the human aspiration. The distinguishing features of the synthesis of yoga of Sri Aurobindo is the complete change from the individual, and with full human aspiration, and as well as the denial from the materialistic approach. It aims at the collective liberation of the human race, and it recommends the active life as a form of the conscious cooperation with the divine will. And after reaching the supramental realization, the integral yogi has to come back to the physical consciousness, and he has to make supermind operative in the life and make it permanent ingredient in evolving the earthly consciousness. Thus, ascent and descent are the two inseparable aspects of integral yoga, and they can be considered as the systole and diastole of the integral sadhana. And it is the art of living in full life with spirit also. And it is the technique of bringing harmonious spiritual activity. And the concept of Purna Yoga of Sri Aurobindo is evolved purely by Raja Yoga and of Sri Patanjali Maharshi, and it insists on the conversion of the perfect action of the divine will. And there are different stages in a process of stilling, like quietness, calmness, peace, and silence. And in the quiet state, there will be no disturbance. And the calmness is the still and unmoved condition without any disturbance. And peace is still posture condition, and it carries a harmonious rest and deliverance. Silence goes with the deeper still, and it is a state in which there is no movement of the mind at all, and it opens the mind to towards the cosmic consciousness. And in Purna Yoga, there will be a static absorption, enthusiastic communion with the dynamic self-perfection. The significance of Purna Yoga is the complete replacement of the individual effort by the divine Shakti, and it reveals the importance of the total self-surrender of the divine. So the central part of integrating all aspects of the individual towards the complete transformation is the objective of the integral yoga, which involves and bringing down the higher spiritual consciousness into all levels of existence. And it emphasizes the importance of transforming the mundane activities into the spiritual endeavor. And synthesis of yoga is the all encompassing to the seekers from the various backgrounds, and it offers a comprehensive approach to the spiritual evolution and also a vision towards the higher consciousness. This ultimately manifests into humanity's collective life on the earth. And there are different approaches in spiritual realization, but the ultimate truth is one. Ekam Sat Vipra Vahuda Vadanti. The supreme truth has multicolored unity, having a rich diversity of forms. Finally, the synthesis of yoga signifies attaining the divinity in the collective humanity. Sri Aurobindo believed that liberation of the individual soul it infers the soul realizes itself as the one, and if it plunges into one and merge, it is the laya of Advaita, and if it feels oneness and yet be a part of many, it is Vishtadvaita. If it stresses on many aspects and play with Krishna in the eternal abode of the Vrindavan, it is Dvaita liberation, and the divine is not, and ultimately the divine is not bounded by the human philosophies. It is free in its play and free in its essence. And Sri Aurobindo believed that there is one and the only supreme being, and he has principle, and he is the principle of sustenance, support, manifests, and withdraws all others. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Indira, for your nice presentation. You have three parts of your paper. The first, you have started with the Advaita Vedanta and its connection with yoga philosophy. Secondly, you have taken how Shankaracharya was influenced by yoga and what are the Ashtangic margos of the yoga. And the last part, you have dealt with Sri Aurobindo's integral philosophy and yoga in general. So it's a nice presentation, and you have in between, you have given the history of Advaita philosophy starting from Advaita to Achinta Bheda Vedbad. So it's a big presentation and also very good presentation. So it is open now, open for discussion. So if you have some queries or questions or comments, you are free to do it. Please.
Professor Kanchan Saxena has a question.
Please.
Thank you, sir. Actually, I would like to congratulate Dr. Indira for their nice presentation. And she has taken a very wide spectrum about the Advaitic philosophy and has related it to the Patanjali Raj Yoga. I have a simple question. When talking about the integral yoga, you have told that the collective liberation is the part of integral yoga. And in this particular point of view, do you think that it is the same spirit as the Mahayana Buddhists have, the collective liberation, while talking about the Bahujan Hitaya and Bahujan Sukhaya? So do you find any difference between the two notions, or you find the same thing, the collective liberation of the human race? Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. I don't find any difference between these two, madam. I found both are of the same nature. Bahujana, putting that caption of that Bahujana Hitaya, Bahujana Sukhaya.
No, I just wanted to point out that in the Bodhisattva notion, they refuse the state of redemption or the liberation until and unless each and every member of the society get liberated. Has this the same point in Arvindo's mind? That he has taken it into account that without getting the redemption of each and every member of the society or each and every form of the consciousness, the individual cannot accept the this state of liberation.
First of, tell me, sir.
Please. Go on, please.
First of all, the aspirant who wanted to get the state of these higher levels of consciousness, the individual must have that orientation, and he must have that human aspiration, and he must, as it was mentioned in 8 limbs of the Raja Yoga, he has to pass through all the stages, and finally, by fixing his mind, only that final stage is possible. But as far as your question is concerned, with regard to this Buddhistic liberation, I think both are same, madam.
Okay.
Actually, what Professor Saxena wanted to know, whether there is Sarvodaya, actually the emancipation of all. In Bodhisattva concept, single emancipation of a particular individual will not improve the society. Whether Sri Aurobindo will agree to this or not. According to Sri Aurobindo, so far as my knowledge goes, our body is given by nature, and this body has to be transformed into a divine body, Bhagavati Tonu. And not only one, if one's body is transformed into the divine body, it can enlighten others also. And if it can enlighten others, so there is a group emancipation. And if there is a group emancipation, then only we can have some divine society, which is called Bhagavat Samaj. So it is to some extent, similar to the Bodhisattva ideal of Bahujana Hitaya and Bahujana Sukhaya. So this much I can supplement. So author is good enough to answer all these things, but these things are also essential to supplement. Anybody, please? Any question?
I have I have a
Please,
question.
please, sir. Please.
Thank you. Yeah, it was very nice summary of yoga and its relationship. What I find, many of the philosophical concepts are time bound. So Sri Aurobindo said what he said at some point. We need to understand why he said it so that we know the basis of it, so that we can understand that basis and apply it today. So I did teach a course called Science of Kriya Yoga in the University of Massachusetts, and I introduced it as a science course. That's the only science course I think right now in the world, only yoga course in the world that meets science requirement for graduation. So I use that science, and more as I was teaching, I realized that every scientist must do yoga, because a scientist needs to be objective. Not only objective, sometimes you can be biased and objective, which I know I do that myself. If I'm doing commercial research, I am biased for my product, and I'm trying to be objective about the data. So the greatest scientists can be created only if they are unbiased, and that's what yoga teaches. So for today, I think it's very important to have this kind of initiative from scholars like that we have several speakers, particularly Dr. Indra, who's talking about this, so that we need to find a way to integrate that in today's science and technology, so that we do not create health problem, we do not create social problem, we do not create environmental problem, because we are making a lot of scientific progress, but at the end of it, we are messing it up also. So science is in a big mess, and yoga could be very helpful. I just wanted to hear her comment, and if there is any way, if she has any suggestion.
Professor, can I make a comment?
Please.
One is that Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan talks about Jivan Mukti, and he definitely relates it to Mukti for the whole of humanity. He was, of course, a Samartha Brahman, which was in his background, apart from being a big Vedantist and educationalist, but he's written very clearly about it. But in regards to Dr. Balram's comment, I would say that the last scholar, which is Swami Medhanand, he's currently at Belor Mutt and is placed in Berkeley as some kind of position, and a visiting scholar also at the Ramakrishna in the Southern California. He raised in Boston. He's younger than he's like my kid's age. He's about in his 50s. And he's a very, very avid writer on Vedantas and Advaita specifically. And he has changed the mission, and he's combined. And in fact, Jeffrey Long, who spoke about it yesterday, I kind of tried to allude it to the rest of my talk at the end. He basically does talk about bringing a new perspective and combining some Sir Aurobindo and Vivekananda thesis in terms of this mukti and moksha and what it means in the scientific world. And I would say that he is talking about secular pathways to using yoga, something which Dr. Balram referred to.
Thank you, Dr. Bansal. So what Balaramji told, I would like to share one or two lines, because for the scientists, when they are engaged with the research in the laboratory, being confined in a laboratory and going on seeing the reactions of different solutions, it is nothing but another kind of yoga. Many times apple has fallen down, but when the apple has fallen down on the head of Newton, it's the first time the yoga starts by him. He started seeing why it is falling down, why it is not going upwards. And the result of the yoga is the discovery of law of gravitation. So if we want to have a good health, good discovery, any type of scientific discovery, we need yoga type of thing, deep concentration. So which is called one-pointed concentration, samadhi, another name of yoga. So, Dr. Indira, if you want to tell something.
No, sir. Thank you.
No. So, I would like to tell
Dr. Pratibha Gramman has a question.
Please go on. Please, Pratibhaji.
Oh, yes, thank you. I would
Please.
to comment. It's wonderful to have this kind of discussion, first of all, but secondly, we really move towards clarity, but that's a process too. When the person was mentioning, first of all, that someone becomes to the moksha stage, and I don't have everything clear in the Sanskrit in my mind here, but so one may attain. Now, how can it, if reasonably, make everyone else attained? I mean, does it make sense? Has everyone else done their work to attain the same state? I personally think it, in times past when it was said that in Buddhism, the person, yeah, right, everyone will become, shall I stay on to teach as long as, until everyone can, how can everyone become enlightened all at once? Everybody has to do their own work.
Yeah.
And that's one point I wanted. I don't know, there were some other points I wanted to make, but to just recognize that there is a state that's beyond the matter, is the first step. That we call it consciousness, and to work on that is what's really important. Then how to work on it, how to attain it, and it has its own effect on our ordinary life, so it cannot just be in the laboratory. The research of it definitely can be done and stated, but it is a different kind of research than using an instrument that is not human. I mean, we're getting into a realm that is
Can I interrupt you? I'll interrupt you at the cost of, because we're running out of time. There was just one thing I would say. In Gita chapter 2, Krishna talks about the fact that King Janaka and he himself continued to work in this world. They were accomplished. They were already Jivan Muktas. They had attained this Atma Jnana. They had done their work. They have attained. They have got to the roof, which is Swami Medanand is talking about, or Ramakrishna is talking about. But then there is universal salvation, which is what Radha Krishna talks about. So when you look at salvation of the world, it is actually this Jivan Mukti concept transfers across. Is it individual? Is it worldly? Is the whole world going to be liberated? So that's where you are getting into, and it's a very big confusion. I mean, it's not confusion. It's different points of view. It's different points of view.
Okay, but yes, you can say this amount, that King Janaka and others, they had worked on themselves personally to attain it. So how can it just be thrown on everyone else who is not ready? Everybody has to do their own work.
You have to help
everybody
to get to that point.
We can speak of universal as an ideal that everybody will, but only those people who work on themselves to attain this higher consciousness, which is actually their life. And who doesn't think, isn't there something more than our body mind? But you just have to do your own work. It may be an ideal, that people and right to have anyway. More people will become more sattva, just imbibe in their whole life all the sattva qualities. Then they were also moving in this direction. But this has to be a personal, individual commitment, doesn't it? How can it come?
Amen.
Yeah,
Thank you,
right.
Dr. Bansal, for supplementing everything And thank you, madam, for your nice comments.
Thank
We
you.
are enlightened with the comments of you and also enlightened with the answer given by Dr. Bonsal. So thank you very much. Namaskar. We will go to the next speaker. Next speaker is Babalu Pal. Is he here?
No, Raghunath, I don't see
Okay,
him.
okay.
So let's
Then
go
we
to
can
Dev
pass
Prakash
on.
Gujala.
We can pass on to Dev Prakash Gujela. Is there Dr. Dev
Hello, sir.
Prakash?
Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible. You can start your paper on meditation, yoga, and mental health, a perspective from the Brahma Sutras. So you are requested to start with
Thank
your
you, sir.
deliberation.
A second, sir, please. I'm sharing through screen share.
You have screen sharing rights, so.
Is my screen shared?
Yes. Just project from
Okay, sir.
wherever
Okay.
your presentation file is.
Yes, sir. Is it visible to you, sir?
No.
No. My PPT is on the screen.
It may be on your screen, but are you projecting that?
Yes, sir. I'm projecting that.
No, you're projecting the.
Let's see. Could you try one more time, please?
Yes, sir. I'm doing that.
You have to press the share button also, not just click on it.
Yes, please press the share button also.
Yes, sir. Is my screen visible to you right now?
No.
No, sir. 1 minute, sir. Is it okay, sir?
No.
Now?
No.
Yes, now we can see
Yes.
your phone, it seems so.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Go, yes.
Yes, sir. Meditation, yoga, and mental health, a perspective from Brahma Sutra. Meditation, yoga, and mental health are interconnected subjects with a rich history in promoting well-being and self-discovery. The Brahma
bit
Sutra.
Larger font, please. It cannot be seen. Little bit larger font. You can show it.
Sir,
I think the projection is from a phone, so
flip it over.
Yeah.
Okay, sir.
View horizontal. That the place where no, the same thing. No, you went out. No, you went out. You left the meeting.
Probably made a mistake and he was trying to do something. He will come back. Well, it was meditation, yoga, and mental health anyway, so we can continue some conversation about that. Just continuation of whatever we were earlier discussing, so that we have some filling in of the while we are waiting for him. So what is meditation? There is a lot of controversy actually. The meditation in at least in the United States, meditation is more acceptable than yoga. Yes. Because meditation is, it's a term that more Buddhist people there are a lot more Buddhist people in the United States. I mean the American people who have white people generally, they are more Buddhist, and so they feel more comfortable with meditation. That's one controversy that goes around here, whether you to call it dhyan or yoga or meditation. So they tend to accept meditation more commonly. So and the process is the same from what I understand. I have a good friend of mine, Jerry Saltzman, who of course believes in yoga also, but he does quite a bit of meditation to older generations here in local towns, and people really get a lot of benefits from that. So I think meditation is a good thing, however it is acceptable. But if anybody else has any comment on that, please
Well,
fill in.
Ramji, I mean, we both know Jerry very well. Jerry once told me that when he uses mindfulness instead of meditation, his participation, class participation goes up. So
yeah, oh, that's also very good point. Very good point. Actually, they have graduated from meditation also, and they like to call it mindfulness rather than meditation, because meditation is still the Buddhist. You're absolutely right. Yeah, that's true. Very, very true.
It may be one-pointed concentration. One-pointed concentration is also another name of meditation.
Yeah, that also.
Yeah, Raghunatha, it's very slippery because one of the main, you can say, pioneers of mindfulness who used to be at the UMass Medical Center, he reportedly said that, well, you can meditate even on your dog or anything. And I mean, you can, that's not the point. The point is, how much is it compatible with what we understand by meditation, either in terms of Patanjali or in terms of classical Vedanta, let's say.
Yeah, and Maharshi people have been coining some words, and Henry Benson, as you may be knowing, Sukalyanji, and they came up with the idea of just one letter or one number. So everybody's, somehow the idea here, what I'm trying to say is not exactly the technique. Of course, one has to learn that, but the people trying to run away from where the source is, and that's one of the concerns. I think
Dr. Pratibha raised her hand.
Well, I was just going to comment that maybe we should have some seminars just on meditation. People can understand the different kinds, but at least it increases the interest to know about it. And certainly there are different kinds. I'm not going to even mention from, whether it's the dimensions. That's what, makes everything up. But to discuss it is great, to discuss these things. We could have just a whole conference on the Yoga Sutras sometime. Well, anyway, okay, thank you.
Balramji, there was a person. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
There is, I think he's Korean or Laotian. He was an Oriental priest kind of thing, some kind of scholar, not a scholar in the true sense, but he wrote a text called Mindfulness. And at one time, for the longest time, it was, New York bestsellers don't mean necessarily new science, but what he talked about, what Dada is mentioning, I'm taking the liberty to call you Dada.
Yes, no problem.
That he was saying that whatever act you are doing, you can only do one thing at one time. Your brain, according to him, this multitasking is only possible less than 5% of the people. So Balram Singh is in that 5%, by the way, in my books. But multitasking is possible for very few people. And therefore, we can only do one task at a time. And he was actually even talking about, he used the example, and the reason I used to use it with my patients was when you are eating, you concentrate on the morsel of food you have in your mouth and don't fill the next spoon up to put it in your mouth as soon as your mouth, I mean, he didn't say that, but I basically pointed up on him, that you don't put the next food of mouth, don't get it ready so that you are ready with the next spoon, but concentrate on the food you are chewing at that time. And he used that example in terms of mindfulness, one act at a time, which is what you talked about. So you don't need to be in a room or a classroom sitting quietly meditating, but you could actually be meditating in the task you're doing. For example, when we are trying to do this, we may be looking at, okay, I can look at the screen. Did that person come back? Should I keep quiet or not? But I should just be concentrating on my thought and putting it together and putting it at succinctly, which I don't do very well, by the way.
So mind is defined in that way. Mind is told in Nyaya philosophy, Jugopat Gyananutpatti. It has no capacity to give two cognitions at a time because it is atomic in nature to them. So that's why what you told that I can concentrate to one object at a time, not two objects. So that is why it is called one-pointed concentration, or in Sanskrit it can be told samabodhanam. So we must distinguish between samabodhanam, samadhi, and yoga. So these are the different, it has got connotation, I think. So thank you, Dr. Bonsal.
Yeah, I see that, Sudhirji, I see that as a practice to multitasking. You know, you need to focus first on something well, and then you focus on second, third, and then there is a time when you can, like, you know, when first time we are driving, learning how to drive car, you need to focus everything on your steering and the road. But after a while, you driving, no problem, you're concentrating and you're doing some conversation also. Nowadays we look at the map and, you know, all kind of stuff that is. So I find that sometimes people limit themselves, like, you know, they love their mother and they love only their mother. So it should be really, you love your mother to learn how to love, and then you love everybody else. That would be like a multitasking. So multitasking is not that difficult once you get it. You know, just like, you know, you learn medical practice, and then it doesn't really matter. Sometimes you have 3-4 patients, you know, at the same time you're trying to take care of them because, you know, they're in your clinic. So I don't think it's such a big deal.
Balaramji, so meditation and yoga, if you translate in Sanskrit, samadhi and yoga. So without samadhi, yoga is possible at all. What do you think about that? Samadhi is also a kind of yoga.
I can answer that.
Please.
Yeah, there are several precluding or lower samadhis. I think it's 5 of them. At any rate, before you reach what is the real samadhi, the other ones are precursors. So they are certain levels of, even when we do our work and we do it deeply, this is actually a samadhi, but it is still one of the lower samadhis. So the real samadhi gets where you are able to go truly beyond the mind. This is actually what frightens people in a way. What? Go beyond my mind? And even, you know, sometimes a great silence is confusing to people. But this is why all these dimensions, if they're studied, helps to bring us clarity. So it's really wonderful. I was just putting in the chat Hari Ananda Aranya's book. He really has beautiful clarity on the Yoga Sutras. It's been out for quite some time, and many people have, you know, read it, I'm sure. But it's so good on clarity. I just want to recommend it. Hari Ananda Aranya, book on the Yoga Sutras. Thank you.
Thank you, Pratibha. Raghunatha, since Dev Prakash Gujela hasn't rejoined this session, if I may please request you that we move on to session 9.
Okay.
And the background to that is, as you may have seen in the schedule, Professor Nataraju Adarasupalli was supposed to chair it, but he had some unexpected trouble. So he is unable to join us today. And therefore, I requested Raghunatha, who, by the way, is a teacher of Sanskrit. So he is perfect person to chair this session, which will be papers in Sanskrit. And since both Ananta Mukherjee and Sumana Mandal have joined, Raghunatha, if you could please start session number 9.
Okay. So, Ananta Mukherjee, are you there? Ananta Mukherjee, your paper is Brahmana Antaryamittam Upanishadanusaram Ekang Visleshanaatmakam Adhyayanam. So, Ananta Mukherjee, Bhavan Atra
Raghunatha, he was in just a minute ago, but I don't know, maybe got disconnected due to net issues. So
Sumana Mandal is also there.
Sumana has joined. She is.
So please come. I would request Sumana to start her paper. Brahmano Nirupadhikattam Upanishadang Drishtya Ekang Samikshatmakam Adhyayanam. Samaratra Vidyate Nava. Sumana.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Sure.
Please begin your paper. Ayam Arambha Shubhaya Bhavatu. Brahmano Nirupadhitattam Upanishadang Drishtya Ekang Samikshatmakam Adhyayanam.
सभायाम् उपस्थितेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यः योगपदेन शुभमध्याह्नः अपि च विलम्बित शुभसन्ध्यायाः शुभकामना। उपस्थितेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यः आचार्येभ्यः विशेषतः सुकल्याण महाभागाय अपि च अस्य सत्रस्य पुरोहितवर्गेभ्यः श्रीमद्भ्यः रघुनाथ घोष महाशयः महाभागेभ्यः भूयः प्रणामाः विनिवेद्यन्ते। अहं 15 निमेषं यावत् एव विषयम् उपस्थापयामि। इह मम विषयः आरभ्यते।
Disconnected, I think. It's okay. Start.
Am I audible?
Now it is audible. Shrotum shaknomi ahum.
ब्राह्मणः निरुपाधिकत्वम् उपनिषदां दृष्ट्या एकं समीक्षात्मकम् अध्ययनम्। जगतो अधिष्ठानभूतं सच्चिदानन्दस्वरूपं स्वगत स्वजातीय विजातीय भेदशून्यम् एकमद्वितीयं परमात्मतत्त्वं ब्रह्म एव। बृहत्वात् बृंहणत्वात् च आत्मैव ब्रह्मेति गीयते इति विष्णुपुराणे अस्ति। बृहत्तः मनिन् प्रत्ययोगेन ब्रह्म शब्द अयं निष्पद्यते। अद्वैत वेदांत दर्शने ब्रह्म एव प्रतिपाद्य विषयः। ब्रह्म व्यतिरिक्तं वस्तु अन्तरं नास्ति। भ्रमात्मके अस्मिन् संसारे यत्किञ्चित् इह दृश्यते तत्सर्वं केवलं नामरूपात्मकं मिथ्यारूपं च बाध्यत्वात्। त्रिकालबाध्यत्वरूपं सत्यत्वं ब्रह्मणेव वर्तते इत्यतः ब्रह्मैव केवलं सत्यम्। स्वात्मनः सिद्धौ ब्रह्मणः सिद्धिर्भवेत्। तस्य अस्तित्वे श्रुतयः प्रामाण्यम्। उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मण अद्वितीयत्वे अनन्तत्वे च बहूनि प्रमाणानि समुपलभ्यन्ते। तद् यथा सदैव सौम्य इदमग्र आसीत् एकमेवाद्वितीयम् एको देवः सर्वभूतेषु गूढः सर्वव्यापी सर्वभूतान्तरात्मा। निर्विशेष निर्विकल्प निरुपाधिभिः विशेषणैः ब्रह्मेदं विशेष्यते। अधुना अयं निरुपाधि शब्दः परिलक्ष्यते। किं नाम निरुपाधिः? ब्रह्म उपाधिरहितं। किं नाम उपाधिः? जर्मन दर्शने जन्नां कैटेगरी उपाधिः तदनुरूपैव वर्तते। जर्मन दार्शनिक केंट महाभागः प्रदर्शितवान् यत् इदं चराचरात्मकं जगत् देशकालनिमित्तोपाधीनं किन्तु परमार्थस्तु एतैः त्रिभिः अपरामृष्टः। देशकालनिमित्तास्तु कार्यकारणसम्बन्धस्वरूपाः। निरुपाधिकं ब्रह्म इति वाक्यस्य विवरणवेलायां श्रीमत्शङ्कराचार्यः बहुवारं ब्रह्म देशकालनिमित्तातीतमिति आदिष्टवान्। सर्वोपनिषत्सारे एवमस्ति यत् ब्रह्म सत्यम् अविनाशी नाम देशकालवस्तुनिमित्तेषु विनश्यत्सु जन्य विनश्यति तत् सत्यम् इत्युच्यते। अर्थात देशकालनिमित्तोपाधीनं नाशे यस्य नाशः न भवति स एव अविनाशी सत्यस्वरूपः। अर्थात निरुपाधिकं ब्रह्म देशातीतं कालातीतं निमित्तातीतं च इति। ब्रह्मणः देशातीतत्वं कालातीतत्वं निमित्तातीतत्वम् उपनिषदि कथं वर्णितमस्ति इति ज्ञातव्यमेव। ब्रह्मणः देशातीतत्वभावः याज्ञवल्क्येन बृहदारण्यकोपनिषदि अतिहृदयग्राही भाषया विवृतः। यथा स होवाच यद् ऊर्ध्वं गार्गिदेव यद्वाक् पृथिव्या यदन्तरा द्यावा पृथिवी इमे यद्भूतं च भवच्च भविष्यच्च इत्याचक्षत आकाशे एव तदोतं च प्रोतं इचेति। अर्थात यः भूलोकस्य उपरि पृथिव्याः अधोभागे तिष्ठति, अंतरिक्षं यस्योदरे वर्तते, यः भूत भविष्यत् वर्तमान काल स्वरूपः, सः अव्याकृत आकाशे उत्पत्तौ स्थितौ लये च त्रिषु कालेषु तिष्ठति। छान्दोक्योपनिषदि ऋषिः ब्रह्मणः देशातीतत्वभावं परिलक्ष्य एवं उक्तवान्, स एव अधस्तात् उपरिस्तात् स पश्चात् स पुरस्तात् स दक्षिणतः स उत्तरतः स एवेदं सर्वम्। अर्थात सः एव सर्वत्रैव विराजते। ब्रह्म वा इदमग्र आसीत् एको अनन्तः प्रागनन्तो दक्षिणानन्तो प्रतीच्यनन्त उदिच्यन्त ऊर्ध्वं च अवां च सर्वतो अनन्तः न हि अस्य प्राच्यादिदिशः कल्पन्ते अथ तिर्यक् वाङ् बौद्धो वा अनुज्य एष परमात्मा अपरिमित अजः अर्थात ब्रह्मेव जगत रूपेण आसीत् सो अयमेकः अनन्तश्चेति स सर्वत्रैव अनन्तः एव तस्य कृते दिशः न भेदः नास्ति स तु निराधारो अपरिमित अजः देशादेव परिमाणं सिद्ध्यते यद् देशातीतं तस्य कृते परिमाणत्वमेव नास्ति ब्रह्म यदा देशापरिच्छिन्नः तदा परिमाणातीतश्चापि अतः उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्म विभु व्यापक महदादिभिः विशेषणैः अभिहितः केचित् वा अनुभागः केशशतभागपरिमितः इत्यपि उक्तः महान्तं विभुमात्मनं न मत्वा धीरो न शोचति अर्थात व्यापिनम् एनम् आत्मानं विज्ञाय धीराः शोकमुक्ताः भवन्ति अव्यक्तात् परः पुरुषः व्यापकलिङ्ग्यः एव च अर्थात अव्यक्तात् पुरुषः श्रेष्ठ अस्ति स पुरुषः आकाशादेः सर्वस्य कारणत्वात् व्यापकः तथा बुद्धादीनामभावे सर्वसंसारधर्मरहित अयम् अलिङ्ग चेति तथैव मुण्डकोपनिषदे अस्ति एषानुरात्मा इति अर्थात अयं सूक्ष्म आत्मा विशुद्ध ज्ञानेन विज्ञायते शेतस्येतर उपनिषदि उच्यते बालाग्रशतभागस्य शतधा कल्पितस्य च भागो जीवः स विज्ञेय स च अनन्त्यय कल्प्यते अर्थात केशस्य शतभागं कृत्वा कृतस्य भागैकस्य पुनः शताधिविभाजनेन यः एकः भागः प्राप्यते स जीवः इति ज्ञातव्यः देशातीतवस्तुनः परिमाणनिर्देशनं यत् कथनमत्र तत् बोधयितुम् उपनिषदि उक्तं यत् अनुरणीयान् महतो महीयान् इति अर्थात ब्रह्म न अनोः सूक्ष्मतरं महतः महत्तरम् इति छान्दोग्योपनिषदे ब्रह्म परिमाणं निर्दिष्टं यत् एषो मे आत्म अन्तर्हृदये अनियान् बहिर्वा यवाद्वा सर्षपाद्वा श्यामकाद्वा श्यामकतण्डुलात् एष मे आत्म अन्तर्हृदये यायन पृथिव्या यायन अन्तरिक्षा यायो दिवो यायनेभ्यो लोकेभ्यः बृहादिभ्यः ब्रह्मणः अत्यन्त सूक्ष्मत्व प्रदर्शनार्थमेव मन्त्र अयम् उपस्थापितः अस्मिन्नेव मन्त्रे ब्रह्मणः अनुपरिमाणत्व आशङ्के तत् प्रतिषेधार्थम् एष आत्म यायान् पृथिव्याः इति मन्त्रांशः प्रारब्धः तथैव मनोमयः इत्यारम्भे यायानभ्यो लोकेभ्यः इति पर्यन्तं तस्य अनन्तपरिमाणत्वं प्रदर्शितमस्ति यत् देशातीतं परिमाणावच्छिन्नं तन्न अतः अवयवहीनं कालातीतं च ब्रह्म उपनिषत्सु निष्कलादिविशेषणैः विशेष्यते तस्य उदाहरणं दीयते निष्कलं निष्क्रियं शान्तं निरवध्यं निरञ्जनं हिरण्मये परे कोशे विरजं ब्रह्म निष्कलं परः त्रिकालात् अकलोऽपि दृष्टः स एष अकलोऽमृतो भवति पुनः पुनः अकालादिभिः न शब्दे ब्रह्मणः परिच्छिन्नत्वमेव अवबोध्यते। ब्रह्म न केवलं देशानवच्छिन्नमपि तु कालानवच्छिन्नं चेति। कालस्तु त्रिविधः भूतः भविष्यत् वर्तमानः इति। कालातीते सति ब्रह्म त्रिकालानवच्छिन्नं। श्वेताश्वेतर उपनिषदि अस्ति परः त्रिकालात् इति। तस्य कालातीतत्वं परिस्फुटयन् श्रुतिरुच्यते। यस्मात् अर्बाक संवत्सरे अहोभिः परिवर्तते तत् देवा ज्योतिषं ज्योतिरायुःपसते अमृतम्। अनन्तः महतः परं ध्रुवम् अनाद्यनन्तः कलिलस्य मध्ये। ऋग्वेदे हंसवती ऋचासु सर्वत्र वर्तमानः परमात्मा प्राणिनां चित्तेषु निर्गुणरूपेण वर्तते इति वर्णितः। कठोपनिषदि शब्दात् अतीतं निरुपाधिकं नित्यशुद्धबुद्धमुक्तस्वभावरूपं ब्रह्म इति प्रतिपादितम्। अजानिद्रारहितं परं ब्रह्मस्वरूपम् इति गौडपादाचार्य प्रत्यपादयत्। इदं ब्रह्म देशकालाद्यतीतमिति शङ्कर भगवत्पादः। नमस्कार।
धन्यवाद सुमना महोदया। तत्र ब्रह्मणो निरुपाधिकत्वं निरूपितं भवत्या। अत्र केचित् प्रश्नाः समुदेन्ति। So it is open for discussion now. If you have any discussion, if you have any problem, you can ask in Sanskrit or in English also. तत्र एक विषय मम मनसि आगच्छति सुमना महोदया। ब्रह्मणो निरुपाधिकत्वं भवत्या निरूपितम्। अत्र एक प्रश्न समुदेति। यदा ब्रह्मसूत्र आगच्छति अर्थात ब्रह्म जिज्ञासा द्वितीयं सूत्रं तु जन्माद्यस्य यत। अत्र ब्रह्म जन्माद्यस्य सृष्टि स्थिति प्रलय कर्तृरूपेण स्वीकृतम्। यदि ब्रह्म सृष्टि स्थिति प्रलयस्य कर्तारूपेण स्वीकृतं स्यात् तर्हि तस्य निरुपाधिकत्वं कथं सञ्जातम् इति मम प्रश्न। तत्र द्विविधौ लक्षणौ विद्यते। स्वरूपलक्षणं च तटस्थलक्षणं च। स्वरूपलक्षणं तावत् सत्यं ज्ञानम् अनन्तमिति। तटस्थलक्षणं तु जगज्जन्मादिकारणत्वम्। जगज्जन्मादिकारणत्वं तु उपाधित्वेन ब्रह्म ज्ञानम् आगच्छति। कथं ब्रह्मणो निरुपाधिकत्वं सञ्जायते अत्र इति मम जिज्ञासा। सुमना महोदया।
Yes, sir.
तत्र उत्तरं प्रदत्तम्। उत्तरं दातव्यं। कथं ब्रह्मणो निरुपाधिकत्वम् अत्र संगच्छते। यदि ब्रह्म जगत् सृष्टकारी रूपेण प्रलय कर्तृरूपेण स्वीक्रियते तर्हि तस्य उपाधित्वं संजायते न तु निरुपाधिकत्वम् इति विषये भवत्या को विचार? सुमना महोदया,
Yes, sir.
संस्कृत भाषया आंग्ल भाषया वा भविष्यति उत्तरम्। तत्र कोऽपि समस्या न आगच्छति। आंग्ल भाषया वक्तुं शक्नोति।
हिंदी में भी उत्तर दे सकती है।
हाँ, हिंदी में। सुमना जी, आप हिंदी में भी बोल सकते हैं। होगा कुछ उत्तर?
नहीं सर,
नहीं
क्षमा
है
चाहते
उत्तर।
हैं सर।
हाँ, नहीं, ये हो सकता है कि उपाधि किसको कहा जाते हैं। कर्तृरूपेण उपाधि होते हैं। अगर जगत का कर्ता बन गया ब्रह्म, सृष्टा बन गया, प्रलय कर्ता बन गया, देन ब्रह्मण कर्तृत्वं भोक्तृत्वं विद्यते। कर्तृत्वरूपेण ब्रह्म गृहीतं चेत् तर्हि तस्य निरुपाधिकत्वं न संगच्छते। उसका निरुपाधिकत्व कभी नहीं होगा। यही प्रॉब्लम है यहाँ। So you can say how the nirupadikatva is possible. So you can say that there are two characteristic features of Brahman. One, in the initial level, to know Brahman for the ignorant people. If the ignorant people comes to know that Brahman is unknowable, Brahman is not having any upadhi, then he will fly away from knowing Brahman. For the initial level, you must give some description of Brahman, only to encourage the illiterate person to know the Brahman. After coming certain way, he will understand that this Brahman is sopadhiko in the beginning, but ultimately it is transformed into a nirupadhika concept. So nirupadhikatvam, at the beginning there is no nirupadhikatva. At the beginning there is sopadhikatva. Aggajaneno, aggajanang nikasha, brahma sopadhika rupeno agacchati. Tasmat param tasya nirupadhikatvam sanjayate. Okay, Sumana?
Yes sir.
Yeah. So anything to say, others? Anything to ask question to Sumana? Which book you have read? कौन सा किताब आपने पढ़ा है ये लिखने के लिए?
वो मोतीलाल बिहारी, मोतीलाल बनारसी का जो है ना अपना वो श्री सदानंद और अपना गोस्वामी का वो ईसादी नौ उपनिषद गीता प्रेस से होता है वो शंकर भाष्यम।
और जो गौरवपाद में का उल्लेख किया है क्या कि नहीं? गौरवपाद का बारे में आप बताया ना?
हाँ सर।
तो वो भी पढ़ लिया कुछ कुछ।
सर वो रेफरेंस में मिला था, वही लिखा है।
ठीक 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 है, ठीक। और कुछ बोलना चाहते हैं सुमाना जी?
नहीं सर, ठीक।
ठीक है, ठीक है। Anybody can supplement this thing?
Well, I could just
Please,
comment.
please,
I really liked
please, please.
yes, I really enjoyed the comment that in the initial stage, the description has to be given. Now, this
Yeah,
is really, really cool, really nice, and that's why all the images in the whole Indian, pantheon of images is so important, actually.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
then there is something that is beyond that. It's more subtle, more subtle, more subtle, more subtle.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But the interest has to be met where people are to gain the interest.
Yeah, yeah.
And this is actually the most difficult, especially in this era, because everything is scientific, an instrument you can touch.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
So if you want to know something which is abstract in nature, you have to start with description. Otherwise, the initial level, the illiterate person will not feel interested in knowing Brahman.
Yeah,
so that is why a kind of description in the form of upadhi means ways of description, the limiting adjuncts through which you can describe Brahman. Though Brahman is indescribable in nature, but for the time being, for understanding of the neophyte, those who are in the initial level, you have to say something about Brahman, that Brahman is the creator of the world. Brahman is the sustainer of the world. Brahman is the destroyer of the world. So after hearing this thing, you will feel interested that if you fail to give this impression, he will think that Brahman is just like the Shashabhishanovat, just like the horns of a hare. So they will not be feeling interested in knowing Brahman. They will go away from the field. And that is why in Upanishad, Nirupadhikatva, that is having no upadhi, it is the last part, not the beginners. And Sopadhikatva, having some limiting adjunct description, is the initial part. And if you start with the initial part, then there is a chance of getting the ultimate level. And if you fail to enter into the field, then there is no chance of realizing Brahman. Whole Vedanta will collapse. So that is why Brahmana Nirupadhikatvam, this thing is the ultimate end. But for the beginning, we start with this, with the description, with some type of descriptions of Brahman. Then ultimately we go to the real level. So start with unreality. In 2017, I had a paper here in this Dartmouth. That is illusion, virtuous illusion. Though this is illusion, Brahman has no upadhi. Yes, it is virtual illusion. Just like vicious circle and virtuous circle. So this much I can tell in support of Sumana. So thank you, Sumana, for your presentation. Particularly, you have kept the tradition of speaking Sanskrit paper.
Yeah, that's nice.
In the 26th Vedanta Congress. So now we may come to the Anant Mukherjee. Are you here? Ananta.
Yes, sir.
You want?
Yes, sir. Anant Mukherjee. Yes, sir.
Anant Mukherjee. So
Yes, sir.
your
Sir,
paper is Brahmana Antarjamitam
Yes, sir.
Upanishadanusaram Ekam Visleshanatmakam Adhyayanam. That Brahman is Antarjami, can know everything, omniscient. Or he can know the inner feeling. He has got the inner feelings of all. So you start your paper, my friend. So,
thank you, sir.
Bhavan
Yes, sir.
Patro Shubharambha Karatu.
Astu. Sir, actually, am I audible and camera, this all is clear?
Yes, yes,
You can...
all things are okay. No problem for you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, just I will show my paper. So I am sharing my presentation, my paper actually, sir.
Okay,
So,
okay, okay.
sir.
Okay, do it, do it.
Sir, my paper is visible there.
Oh, your paper is not visible.
Okay, okay, sir. Okay.
You have to share it.
The
screen on which your paper is, you have to share that screen.
Okay, sir. Sir, my paper is visible now?
Now it's visible. Is there any way you can increase the font size? Or the...
Okay, sir.
No. This is okay. That's
okay,
fine.
okay, sir. Okay. Sir.
All right.
Okay.
Please.
So I'm starting, sir?
Yes, please.
Okay, so, okay, sir. So actually, I think in Dartmouth, it's afternoon. So who joined from there, good afternoon to all of them. And I think belated good evening from all of us who have joined from India. And I am offering my humble pranams to every elder present here, especially I think Balaram Singh sir was there also, and Pratibha ma'am, and also the chairperson Nataraju Adarsapalli sir is also there. And my special gratitude to Sukollan sir, Oshonkho Dhonnobad, my special gratitude to sir for inviting me to present my paper on this auspicious virtual assembly. So the title of my paper, actually I am switching it now in Sanskrit. Tra Shirshakam Bhavati Brahmanaha Antaryamitvam Upanishadanusaram Ekam Vishleshanatmakam Adhyanamiti. Tatra Antaryamita Brahmani Kathamasti Asmin Vishaye Mama Patre Charchaha Vidyante Upanishadanusaram Vishleshanam Asmabhihi Tatra Sampaditam Parantu Prasangauchityena Prasthana Trayataha Prasangaha Ayasyanti Agamisyanti. Tra Sagunasta Brahmana iti Prathamam Bhavet Prayaha Kashchid Vyakaranagataha Vyakaranagata Samasya Tatra Apatita Sagunasta Brahmanaha Saguna Brahmanaha Vaityadikam Bhavet Bhumikaya Danim Tat Patram Pathami Visleshayami cha Sagunasta Brahmanaha Ishitvam Vishadaitu Upanishadsu Bahudha Tasmai Antaryami Ityakhyaya Akhyaitamasti. Tasmin Vishay Upanishadsu Amnayate Esha Sarveshwaraha Esa Sarvagyaha Esha Antaryami Iti Mandukya Upanishadi Sashthe Mantre Evamasti Ayam Atma Sarvesham Ishwaraha Sarvagyaha Antaryami Chaiti. Apicha Brihadaranyake Uchate Eshate Atma Antaryami Amritaha. Brihadaranyaka Upanishadi Asti तृतीये अध्याये सप्तमे खण्डे त्रयोविंशतितमे मन्त्रे इदम् अस्ति तत् आपतति प्रथमं तत्र उच्यते अन्तर्यामी इति कश्चित् शब्दः काचित् संज्ञा तत्र आपतिता अस्ति तत्र यः अन्तरं यमयति तत्र प्रश्नः भवति अन्तर्यामी इति किम् तत्र अन्तरं यमयति नियन्त्रणं करोति that means something that is controlling all of us and we can also remember in Kenopanishad also there are some mantras tatra काश्चन मन्त्राः एवम् आयान्ति केनेषितं पतति प्रेषितं मनः केन प्राण प्रथम प्रैति युक्तः तत्रापि जिज्ञासाः वर्तन्ते केन तत् सर्वं कार्याणि कुर्वन्ति नाम अस्माकम् इन्द्रियाणि our all sense or organs and are also our कर्मेन्द्रियाणि also that means our organs from which we are doing our every kind of activities also so something is there यः अन्तरं यमयति नियन्त्रणं करोति इति सैव भवति अन्तर्यामी अन्तः स्थित्वा निगूढरूपेण आन्तरिकरूपेणापि जीवं जगत् च प्रेरयति अतएव तस्य परिचयं प्रदातुं बृहदारण्यके याज्ञवल्क्यः बभाषः अस्माभिः ज्ञायते याज्ञवल्क्यः ब्रह्मिष्ठः इति बृहदारण्यक उपनिषदि बहुधा तस्य नाम आयातः तस्य ब्रह्मिष्ठ प्रतिपादनम् अस्ति तस्मिन् स्थले एव एतत् आगमिष्यति अयं प्रसङ्गः तत्र आगमिष्यति इति तत्र बृहदारण्यके एवं कथयति याज्ञवल्क्यः अष्टौ देवा अष्टौ पुरुषाः स यस्तान् पुरुषान् निरुह्य प्रत्युह्य अत्यक्रमात् तं त्वा उपनिषदं पुरुषं पृच्छामि now there Yagyavalkya is asking or want to know Upanishadam Purusham now who is this Upanishadam Upanishad Purushah अस्य अर्थक्रमः भवति तस्य उपनिषत् प्रतिपाद्यस्य पुरुषस्य विषये पृच्छामि याज्ञवल्क्यः पृच्छति याज्ञवल्क्यः इस् आस्किंग क्वेश्चन यः समग्रान् देवान् सर्वान् पुरुषान् निरुध्य प्रणोद्य च तान् सर्वान् अतिष्ठते शंकराचार्यः एवं व्याख्याति याज्ञवल्क्यस्य आम्नाते अग्रिमे मन्त्रे आम्नातेषु अग्रिमेषु मन्त्रेषु इमे विषयाः तत्र आगमिष्यन्ति यः समग्रान् देवान् सर्वान् पुरुषान् निरुध्य प्रणोद्य च तान् सर्वान् अतिशेते तान् सर्वान् अतिशेते that means that is something more from our this universe more from these all living beings अतिशेते this word is there तस्य प्रशासने कथं प्रचलति जगत् व्यापारः तस्य भये कथं वायु प्रवहति that means everything working under his control that means Jagat Vyapara, every kind of universal activities or earthly activities, the air, the sun, everything. So the next point is there. Agrime asmabhi tatra adau shruti pramanam anusritya tatra vishleshanam arabdham. Brihadaranyake varnitasya antaryami bhavasya vishleshanam. Yato hi श्रुतितः एव प्रथमम् अंतर्यामी इति संज्ञा श्रूयते सूर्य उदेति सर्वे देवाः स्वेन अधिकारेण नियुक्ताः सन्ति तदस्माभिः उपनिषत्सु प्रभिन्नेषु प्रेक्षापटेषु दृष्टवन्तः एतत् सर्वं तस्य अन्तर्यामी भावस्य परिचायकः अस्माभिः पूर्वमपि दृष्टं यथा केनोपनिषदि मया आलोचितम् ईशोपनिषदि अपि अस्ति कविर्मनीषी परिभुः स्वयंभुः इत्यादयः मन्त्राः अग्रे अपि आगमिष्यन्ति मम पत्रे कठोपनिषदि अस्ति एको देव सर्वभूतेषु गूढः this all mantras will come there that means something who is inside us and controlling all of us controlling the total jagat vyapara that means every kind of universal activities every kind of earthly activities everything there so etat sarvam tasya antaryami bhavasya परिचायकः ब्रह्मणः अंतर्यामी भावस्य परिचायकः परंतु ततः अपि स्पष्टरूपेण अंतर्यामी भावस्य अंतर्यामी तस्य अंतर्यामित्वम् उपदिष्टमस्ति आम्नातमस्ति बृहदारण्यक उपनिषदि अस्मिन् विषये बृहदारण्यक उपनिषदि तृतीये अध्याये सप्तमे ब्राह्मणे याज्ञवल्क्यस्य उपदेशाः तत्र आम्नाताः सन्ति तत्र मन्त्राः मया उल्लिखिताः मम पत्रे प्रायः 8 वा मन्त्राः मया एवं पर्यायक्रमेण उल्लिखिताः तान् सर्वान् न पठामि
He's not audible.
No, I think he got disconnected. Now he's joined back in.
Okay, sir. So now I am audible.
Yes.
Please continue.
Oh, okay. I will just take some time to say. Just. I think over there.
Repeat your question, please.
The paper is visible there, sir, in screen of your screen.
No, we can
No,
see
it's not
your
visible.
blank screen. So now you have started the screen sharing, but your paper has not loaded on your screen yet. Yeah, now we are fine. Now we can see the screen.
Okay. Now it's showing. Okay. Thank you, sir. So
Get disconnected. And I don't know how to speak Sanskrit, so I can't fill in. Maybe we should invite Pratibha. She is the one who raises the hands all the time.
okay. So now I'm audible, sir.
We are filling in. Now we are inviting you
Okay,
to
now
fill in. Oh no, he's back.
Yeah, he's back.
Okay. So actually, some internet problem is occurring there. So I am very sorry. Actually, I think that I can't upload it now.
That's fine. You can just
So I'm just
speak.
reading my papers.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Actually, pardon me. This kind of things are happening again and again. I'm very sorry.
No worries.
So we are discussing about Antaryamitvam. Okay. So we are just discussing about Antaryamitvam. अत्र इत्थं प्रकारेण विषयाः आपतिताः सन्ति अत्र अन्तरिक्षे तिष्ठ अन्तरिक्षात् अन्तरो यम् अन्तरिक्षं न वेद यस्य अन्तरिक्षं शरीरं यो अन्तरिक्षमन्तरो यमयति स आत्मा अन्तर्यामी अमृतः इत्थं विषयाः तत्र आपतिताः सन्ति एतेषां किञ्चित् विश्लेषणम् अत्र करणमस्ति नाउ वी विल डिस्कस अबाउट दिस एतेषां मन्त्रसमुदायानाम् अर्थाः स्पष्टीक्रियन्ते यः पृथिव्यां स्थित्वा पृथिव्याः अन्तरं यमयति यश्च पृथिव्याः अन्तरः परन्तु पृथिवी न वेद यस्य पृथिवीशं स एव आत्मा अन्तर्यामी अमृतः Okay. Nice.
आप अपने कंप्यूटर से वहीं से पढ़ दीजिए हमको सुनाई पड़ जाएगा उतने चलेगा अगर नहीं भी दिखाई पड़ता तो फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा
Okay, sir. Sir, am I audible, sir? सुनाई दे रहा है ना सर?
जी
Okay. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. This much is needed. Thank you. क्रमशः एतेषां मन्त्रसमुदायानाम् अर्थाः स्पष्टीक्रियन्ते यः पृथिव्यां स्थित्वा पृथिव्याः अन्तरं यमयति यश्च पृथिव्याः अन्तरः परन्तु पृथिवी न वेद यस्य पृथिवी शरीरं स एव आत्मा अन्तर्यामी अमृतः यः शरीरे स्थित्वा शरीरस्य अन्तः तिष्ठति परन्तु सलीलः यं न जानाति सलीलः यस्य शरीरं यः शरीरस्य अन्तरं यमयति स एव आत्मा अन्तर्यामी अमृतः इत्थं प्रकारेण अन्तर्यामिनः व्याख्यानं तत्र विद्यन्ते एवं यः वायु स्थित्वा यः आदित्ये स्थित्वा इत्यादि क्रमेण तत्र दिक् कारक आकाशः तमः तेजः सर्वभूतानि प्राणाः वाक्यं चक्षुः श्रोत्रं मनः त्वक् विज्ञानं मृतः इत्यादिषु पदार्थेषु तिष्ठन् तेषाम् अन्तरं यमयति तेषाम् अन्तरे सन् अपि ते पदार्थः तस्य गूढस्थम् अन्तर्यामिनं परमात्मानं ज्ञातुं न समर्थाः भवन्ति. That means from where the in which body the Paramatma is controlling the total matter, that body actually for Ajnana, for Maya, they don't know this. It's the Upanishadic concept there. अपि च स एव परमात्मा तेषां पदार्थानाम् अन्तः तिष्ठन् तान् सर्वान् यमयति प्रेरयति परिचालयति वा तस्यैव एवं अत्र याज्ञवल्क्यः विनिर्दिशति. अत्र सर्वेषां पदार्थानां श्रेणीशः यदि आकलनं भवति तर्हि तत्र एवं वक्तव्यं स्वस्थेषु प्राकृतिकव्यापारेषु जैविकव्यापारेषु आध्यात्मिकव्यापारेषु एवं व्यापाराः तत्र सन्ति. प्राकृतिकव्यापारः जैविकव्यापारः आध्यात्मिकव्यापारः तत्र अन्तर्यामिरूपेण ब्रह्मणः अस्तित्वं सुतरां द्रष्टुं शक्यते अस्माभिः. तस्य सत्तो इमे सर्वे शक्तिमन्तः भवति तस्यैव प्राणनेन इमे क्रियावन्तः तस्यैव संयमनेन इमे सर्वे व्यापारवन्तः सर्वे जीवाः सर्वाणि भूतानि सर्वे. तत्र बृहदारण्यके पुनः मधुविद्यायाम् अयं प्रसङ्गः आगतः अस्ति. मधुविद्या तत्र कश्चित् खण्डः विद्यते तत्र अयं प्रसङ्गः पुनः आपतितः वर्तते. तस्मिन् विषये अपि विश्लेषणम् अत्र क्रियते. इदमेव तत्त्वं भिन्नया प्रणालिकया बृहदारण्यकस्य मधुविद्यायां प्रतिष्ठमस्ति. तत्र एवं मन्त्राः सन्ति. तत्र अयम् अन्तर्यामी तेजोमय अमृतमयः पुरुषः रूपेण वर्णितः अस्ति. तेजोमयः अमृतमयः पुरुषः इति. तद्यथा इयं पृथिवी सर्वेषां भूतानां मधु अस्यै पृथिव्यै सर्वाणि भूतानि मधु यश्चायमस्यां पृथिव्यां तेजोमयः अमृतमयः पुरुषः यश्चायम् अध्यात्मं शरीरस्तेजोमयः अमृतमयः पुरुषः अयमेव स योऽयम् आत्मा इदम् अमृतम् इदं ब्रह्म इदं सर्वं. At the last point of at the last few some words in those mantras, they are describing that yoyam sa yoyam atma idam amritam idam brahma idam sarvam. Atra arthaः स्पष्टीक्रियन्ते चेदेवं भवति. इयं पृथ्वी सर्वेषां भूतानां मधु अस्याः पृथिव्याः सम्बन्धेन सर्वाणि भूतानि मधु. अस्यां पृथिव्यां यः तेजोमयः अमृतमयः पुरुषः अपि च आध्यात्मिकरूपेण यः शरीरे तेजोमयः अमृतमयः पुरुषः अयमेव सः. That means that परमात्मा एष एव आत्मा अयम् एव अमृतः इदं ब्रह्म इदं हि समस्तं चराचरम्. पृथिव्याः विषये ये विषयाः उक्ताः वर्तन्ते इतः परम् अपां विषये तत्र एवम् उक्तमस्ति. तेजसः वायोः आदित्यानां मधुविद्यायामपि तेषां विषये आलोचनाः विद्यन्ते. दिशः चन्द्रमसः विद्युतः वज्रस्य आकाशस्य धर्मस्य सत्यस्य मनुष्यस्य आत्मनः तत्र जीवात्मनः विषये सर्वेषां विषये उक्त्वा अन्ते ऋषिः बभाष स वा अयम् आत्मा सर्वेषां भूतानाम् अधिपतिः सर्वेषां भूतानां राजा इति. राजते इति राजा. तद् यथा रथनाभौ च रथनेनौ च अराः सर्वे समर्पिताः एवम् एव अस्मिन् आत्मनि सर्वाणि भूतानि सर्वे देवाः सर्वे लोकाः सर्वे प्राणाः सर्व एव आत्मनिहिताः. अस्य अयम् अर्थः भवति स एव आत्मा पूर्वं ब्रह्म इति नामः विनिर्दिष्टः. पूर्वं ब्रह्म इति अस्ति परमात्मा इति अस्ति तं नाम्ना आदिष्टः परामृष्टः स सर्वेषां भूतानां राजा अधिपतिः इत्यर्थः. यथा रथनाभौ रथनेनौ च सर्वे अराः निबद्धाः सन्ति तथा हि समग्रे भूते सर्वेषु देवेषु सर्वेषु लोकेषु सर्वेषु प्राणेषु प्रत्यगात्मनि च स एव परमात्मा निहितः अस्ति. इत्थं तत्र अंतर्यामी रूपेण महेश्वरस्य जगत् परिचालनं तत्र विद्यते। महेश्वरः इत्युक्ते परमेश्वरः एव। तत्र ईश्वरः इति किञ्चित् ईश्वररूपेण तत्र अंतर्यामिनः परिचालनं भवति। महेश्वरः विश्वं ऋतमार्गेण परिचालयति। स एव विधाता जगतः याथातथ्येन विधानं करोति। अत एव उच्यते उपनिषदि एवं उच्यते अथ य आत्मा सह सेतुः विधृतिरेषां लोकानाम् असम्भेयः। स एव परमात्मा सेतुस्वरूपः अस्य लोकस्य मर्यादा विधृतिश्च। उक्तं च ईशोपनिषदि एवं उक्तमस्ति। अस्माभिः पूर्वम् आलोचितं यत् ईशोपनिषदः प्रसङ्गः अपि तत्र आयास्य प्रसङ्गः। कवि मनीषी परिभुः स्वयंभू यथा तथ्यतोऽर्थान् व्यदधात् शाश्वतीभ्यः समाभ्यः एवं तत्सर्वेषां पदपदार्थगत भावानां वियोगः तत एव जायते। श्वेताश्वेतरे च श्वेताश्वेतोपनिषदि तस्यैव आम्नायः यथा आरभ्य कर्माणि गुणान्वितानि भावांश्च सर्वान् विनियोजयति यः इत्थमस्ति। स एव विश्वस्य अधिष्ठाता विश्वयोनिः स्वभावस्य परिपाकः प्रकृतेः परिणामः। तथैव न परमात्मनः विषये परिचालनं कथं सः सर्वं जगद्व्यापारं परिचालयति इति महेश्वररूपेण तस्य जगत्परिचालनं यत्र विद्यते। अयं कश्चित् प्रसङ्गः तत्र वदति। पुनश्च तत्रैव आम्नायते यच्च स्वभावं कचति विश्वयोनिः वाच्यांश्च सर्वं तत्र सर्वं एतद् विश्वम् अधितिष्ठत्येको गुणांश्च सर्वान् विनियोजयति यः इति। तत्र कर्माध्यक्षः सर्वभूताधिवासः। अत्र ब्रह्मणः कर्माध्यक्षता अपि प्रतिपादिता वर्तते। श्वेताश्वेतरे उपनिषदि पुनः तस्मिन् विषये आलोचिताः विद्यन्ते यत् एको वशी निष्क्रियाणां बहूनाम् एकं बीजं बहुधा यः करोति। इत्थं प्रकारेण सर्वत्रैव प्रसिद्धेषु उपनिषत्सु परं परब्रह्मणः ईशित्वं वशित्वम् अन्तःस्थः संयमयितृत्वं च वर्णितमस्ति। इदानीं तत्र समयः प्रायः अल्पीयान् वर्तते। अहं तावत् समयं न प्राप्स्यामि इति चिन्तयामि। अतः किञ्चित् अग्रे गच्छामि, स्किप् करोमि किञ्चित् अग्रे गच्छामि। तत्र अन्तर्यामी अधिकरणे ब्रह्मण अन्तर्यामित्वलक्षणपरिष्कारः विद्यते। अस्माकं वेदान्तशास्त्रे किम् अस्ति, in our Vedanta traditions there are three prasthanas. We can see that Shruti prasthanam, that is there related to Upanishads and Vedas, especially Upanishads follow the Jnana Kanda, that means the Upanishads. And also there are Smriti prasthanam, that means Srimad Bhagavad Gita, and the other is Brahma Sutra. We all know Vadarayana Vyasa is the writer of Brahma Sutra, and Sankaracharya is explaining those all with his Bhasyas, Haridaka Mimamsa. So in my paper also I will describe that Antaryami Adhikaranam is also there in Brahma Sutra. So Brahma Antaryami Adhikarane Brahma Antaryamitva Lakshana Parishkarah Vidyate Tasmin Vishay Uchyate Antaryami Adhikarane Samagrika Vishayasya Kramashah Parishkaranam Prachalati Tadyatha Ya imam cha lokam cha param cha lokam cha sarvani cha bhutani yo antaro yamayati Brihadaranyaka Upanishadi asti Tritiya Adhyaya Saptame Khande Prathame Mantre इत्युपक्रम्य ततः आरभ्य चलति प्रकरणं चलति, that context that is ongoing there. यः पृथिव्यां तिष्ठन् पृथिव्या अन्तरो यं पृथिवी न वीर्यस्य पृथिवी शरीरं यः पृथिवीम् अन्तरो यमयति एषः ते आत्मा अन्तर्यामी अमृतः। अत्र प्रश्नाः सन्ति। अधिदैवादिषु अन्तरवस्थितत्वेन श्रूयमानः अधिदैवादिरूपेण सन्ति। अन्तरवस्थितेन श्रूयमानः अन्तर्यामी. Who is that अंतर्यामी? किं Adhidaivadi Adhimani Kashchit Devata. Now those questions are rising there, that actually who is Antaryami there? Kim Adhidaivadi Adhimani Kashchit Devatatma, is that some Devatatma? Deity is there? Athava Praptanimatvaisharya Jivaha Kashchit. Or we can say other that there are some siddhis, 8 siddhis are there, we know, according to Yoga Sutra. So is that some kind of jiva or living being who has this kind of anima, ladima, garima, etc., and he is controlling this all? Is he antaryami? Uda Paramatma is some say, and Paramatma is antaryami. So discuss this there. Antaryami shabdaha niyamyasya antah niyamayati iti avayava vyutpatya niyamana kartaram budhaya. लोके शारीरादि कार्यकरणवान् एव नियंता दृष्टः परमेश्वरस्य कार्यकरणाद्यभावात् अंतर्यामित्वं नोपपद्यते यथा च प्रयोगः why Paramatma should not be antaryami, that means is in other side of Vedantist, he is speaking, he is saying that Yathacha Prayogaha Parameshwaraha Nanta Sharirabhava. Parameshwaraha Tasya Sharira Nasti, Natavat Sharira Nasti, Yatasmi Kitishate Kataha Pataha, Vayam Jivaha Asmakam Sharirani Santi, Tatha Paramatma Nasti, Purvam Sruto Uktaha Santi, Tadhi Katham Tad Bhavitumahati, Prashnaha Ayati, Pritibhyati Abhimaniha, Devatatmanaha, Karmoparjita Karya Karanavatvat, Antaryamitvam Upapadyate, iti Devatatma Atra Yamayata Bhavitumahati. Athava कस्यचित् जीवस्य योगमहिम्ना सर्वानुप्रवेशेन मैत्रित्वमिति तस्य प्रकरणत्वात् तस्मात् देवतात्मा जीवो वा भवितुमर्हति इति पूर्वपक्षः. That means something there that any other deity or any other person who have this anima, ladima, gadima, etc., and they are controlling living beings, all earthly possessions, these all they are controlling. That means they are antarya. Purvapakshi is saying this. Prasasmin antaryamyadhiraivarishu tattharma vyapadeshat iti sutram apatati. Idam bhavati antaryamyadhikanasya sutram brahma sutra asti. Tatra prathame adhvaye dvitiye pade ashtadashatamam sutram bhavati antaryamyadhiraivarishu tattharma vyapadeshat. अस्य सूत्रस्य किम् अर्थः भवति? तो वयम् अर्थः अस्य सूत्रस्य यत् अधिदैवादिषु श्रूयमाणः अन्तर्यामी परमात्मा एव भवति इति वेदान्तिनः वदन्ति. कथं? तस्य परमात्मनो हि ये धर्माः अमृतत्व नियन्त्रित्व अभिज्ञेयत्वादयः निर्दिष्टाः सन्ति. पूर्वम् उपनिषत्सु निर्दिष्टाः सन्ति. ये धर्माः परमात्मत्वमस्ति, तस्मिन् अमृतत्वमस्ति, तस्मिन् नियन्त्रित्वं च तत्र उक्तमस्ति. अभिज्ञेयत्वादयः निर्दिष्टाः सन्ति. अष्टमीलायां यद् उक्तमासीत् कार्यकरणरहितस्य परमात्मनः यमैत्रित्वं नोपपद्यते इति तन्न भवति. यः कार्यकरणवान् स एव नियच्छति इति व्याप्ति अंगीकारे अपि परमात्मा यान्यच्छति तदीय कार्यकरणैः एव कार्यकरणवान् सन्नियन्तुं शक्नोति इति वक्तुं शक्यत्वम्. न च शरीरे जीवो एको द्रष्टा. शरीरे जीवः एकः द्रष्टा नास्ति, अपरः कश्चित् अन्तर्यामी परमेश्वरः इति दृष्टिद्वयम् उक्तं. तच्च विरुद्धं. नाम तत्र कश्चित् अपरः जीवः अस्ति, परमात्मा च अस्ति इति द्वितीयः कश्चित्. इमे द्वौ इति उच्यते. तत्र नान्य अतोऽस्ति द्रष्टा इति बृहदारण्यकोपनिषदि अस्ति. नान्यो अतोऽस्ति द्रष्टा नाम अन्यः कश्चित् द्रष्टा नास्ति. अस्य अर्थः भवति अन्यः कश्चित् यमयिता परिपालयिता अन्यस्य कस्यचित् ईशित्वमस्ति इति उपनिषदि नोच्यते. इति श्रुत्याः दृष्टि अन्तर्विषयः तत्र विद्यते. अङ्कनीयम्. अविद्या प्रयुक्त कार्यकरणोपाधि निमित्तकस्य जीवान्तर्यामिनोः भेद व्यवहारस्य अपरमार्थिकत्वं. तत्र पारमार्थिकता नास्ति. अस्माभिः ज्ञायते यत् वेदान्तिनः कथयन्ति तत्र स्तरत्रयं विद्यते. आधिकारिकसत्ता विद्यते, व्यावहारिकसत्ता विद्यते, पारमार्थिकसत्ता विद्यते. व्यावहारिकसत्तां यावत् अस्माभिः जगत् द्रष्टुं शक्यते. अस्माभिः जीव एवमस्ति, जगत्सु जीवाः एवं चलन्ति, सर्वं द्रष्टुं शक्यते. परन्तु व्यावहारिकस्तरम् अतिक्रम्य यदा पारमार्थिकं स्तरं गच्छन्ति, पारमार्थिकस्तरं यावत् जीवः प्रायः पुनः आलोचयामि. तत्र पारमार्थिकं स्तरं यावत् तत्र न गच्छति. जीवस्य तत्र नाम जीवान्तर्यामिनो भेदव्यवहारस्य अपारमार्थिकत्वं तत्र विद्यते. अस्तु. अनन्तरं तु साङ्ख्यस्मृतिपरिकल्पितस्य प्रधानस्य अन्तर्यामित्वं निराकरोति. साङ्ख्यपरिकल्पितं प्रधानं तत्र विद्यते, प्रकृतिः एव तत्र अस्ति. तत्र यच्यते न च स्मार्त तद्धर्माभिलाषा इति सूत्रं तत्र विद्यते. अत्र तच्छब्देन प्रधानमिति उच्यते. प्रधानविषये एवं कथनमस्ति. तत्र प्रधानभिन्नस्यैव ये एवं दृष्टित्व आत्मत्वादय धर्माः अस्ति. तत्र पुनः सूत्रम् आयाति अग्रे अन्तर्याम्यधिकरणम् तत्र अदृष्टो अदृष्टः सोऽपि अस्ति संभवति तथा अचिन्तत्वेन कदापि न सम्भवन्ति। इदानीं तत्र किमुच्यते यत् दृष्टित्वम् आत्मत्वादीनां धर्माणां जीवे सम्भवात् स वा अन्तर्यामी इति आशङ्क्य तत्र परिहारः भवति। शारीरश्चोभयेऽपि हि भेदेनैनम् अधीयते। एवं तत्र सूत्रमस्ति ब्रह्मसूत्रे प्रथमे अध्याये द्वितीये प्रकरणे अस्ति, द्वितीये पादे विवृतमेव तत्र सूत्रमस्ति, 20तमं सूत्रं तत्र विद्यते। सूत्रेऽस्मिन् कथ्यते यत् जीव तत्र एवं तत्र माध्यमद्विनश्च उभयेपि यः विज्ञाने तिष्ठन् एवं पठति, यः तिष्ठन् इति, पुनश्च तत्र यः आत्मनि तिष्ठन्, तत्र विज्ञाने आत्मनि इति उभयं तत्र उभे शब्दाः तत्र आगताः इति। अन्तर्यामिनः सकाशात् एनां भूतशब्दवाच्यं हिरण्यगर्भादिपर्यन्तं जीवं भेदेन पृथिव्यादिवत् अधिष्ठानत्वेन नियम्यत्वेन पठन्ति। यद्यपि जीवदृष्टित्वात्मत्वादि धर्मविशिष्टः अपि अंतःकरणाद्युपाधि परिच्छिन्नत्वेन पृथिव्यादि सर्वविकारेषु कार्त्स्येन अन्तरवस्थाय नियन्तुं न शक्नोति। इत्थं तत्र विषयाः प्रतिपादिताः। अन्ते एवं विषयः आयाति। उपसंहारस्य विषये उच्यते परमात्मा सर्वविवर्तोपादानं सर्वशक्तिमान् च इति। तस्मात् अधिदैवादिभेदेन विभक्तं सर्वं विकारजातमन्तः नियन्तुं स एव अर्हः नान्यः। तस्मिन् विषये उच्यते। तत्र बृहदारण्यकश्रुतौ गीयते न अन्यः अतः अस्ति द्रष्टा अत्र न अन्यः अतः अस्ति द्रष्टा तं श्रुतिप्रमाणं तेषां विद्यते। अत्र एतेषु वाक्येषु एकस्यैव प्रत्यगात्मनः महाकालं प्रत्यगात्मा स्वरूपं परिलक्षितमस्ति। एकरसस्य आत्मवस्तुनः व्यतिरेकी न अन्यः कश्चित् द्रष्टा विद्यते। तत्र च पूर्वपक्षिभिः आक्षिप्तः जीवभिन्नः अपरः कश्चित् द्रष्टा तत्र निषिद्धः भवति इत्यपि न। पूर्वनिर्दिष्टः प्रत्यगात्मा यथा घटाकाशादिव देहेन्द्रियोपाधिपरिच्छिन्नत्वेन अहं रूपेण अधिगम्यः भवति तदा स जीवपदवाच्यः भवति। इवम्
Really not my place, but I think we should conclude.
No, okay, sir. Okay, sir. Actually, that thing is happening again. I am very sorry. So, पूर्वनिर्दिष्टः प्रत्यगात्मा यथा घटाकाशादिव आदौ उपाधिपरिच्छिन्नत्वेन अहं रूपेण अस्ति, तत्र उपाधिपरिच्छिन्नत्वं यदा विद्यते तदा परमात्मनः तत्र नियन्त्रित्वं तत्र भानं तस्य तदेवति यः आत्मनि श्रुतिवाक्यानाम् आत्मा शब्दस्य अमिति अपि च नान्यः इत्यादिना श्रुत्या जीवभिन्नः अपरः कश्चित् द्रष्टा नास्ति, अतः अयं जीव एव तन्न संयुज्यते। परन्तु घटाकाशस्थानीयः औपाधिकः तत्र महाकाशस्थानीयः निरूपाधिकप्रत्यगात्मा परमेश्वरः भवति नियामकः तत्र अन्तर्यामी इत्येवं तत्र सिद्धं भवति। नाम सोपाधिकत्वेन तथा भवति, परन्तु उपाधयः यदा न सन्ति तस्मिन् समये ब्रह्मणः निरुपाधिकत्वं तत्र विद्यते, अपि च तस्य अन्तर्यामित्वं अपि तस्मिन् समये सिद्धं भविष्यति। श्रुतयः तत्र मानं नान्य अतोऽस्ति दृष्टा श्रुतयः तत्र मानन्ति। अत एव जीवस्य अन्तर्यामित्वनिराकरणप्रयासः इति इत्थम् आलोचितं मया। बहुधा अन्तर्यालिकं व्यवधानं यातमिति मां यास्ये मेनी टाइम the travel occurs. Thank you, sir. I have concluded here. Sukalyan Sen and others. Thank you.
Thank you, Ananta. Raghunath.
Yes. धन्यवाद अनंत महोदय अत्र अंतर्जामी ब्रह्मण अंतर्जामित्वं प्रतिपादितं भवता तत्र विषये अंतर्जामी शब्दस्य को अर्थ भवता लिखितम् अंतर्जामी या अंतरं यामयति या निगूढ़ो भूत्वा आंतरिक रूपेण जीवं जगच्च प्रेरयति अस्य को अर्थ भवितुमर्हति जीवं जगतं च आंतरिक रूपेण कुत्र प्रेरयति. This meaning is something unique as we usually understand. Antarjami means one who knowing the inner chamber. As you rightly English translation is given in your title, Brahman the indweller. But here you have given the meaning that Brahman remaining in our heart, remaining in our inner chamber, just restricting us, controlling us, and not only us, ourselves and the world, how it is controlled. Can you tell me a little bit more how we are controlled by the Brahman?
Actually, sir,
Katham niguro bhutva. Please.
Antaram satyam satyam. Tatra Mahabharata Asmavihi Ante Alochitasu. Sir, can I speak in Sanskrit?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Sanskrit भाषया वक्तुं शक्नोति.
अस्तु तत्र किं भवति ब्रह्मणः सगुणत्वम् अस्ति ब्रह्मणः निर्गुणता अस्ति पारमार्थिके स्तरे ब्रह्म किमपि न करोति तस्य कोऽपि कार्यव्यापारः नास्ति इति अस्माभिः पत्रे एव आलोचितम् अस्माकं शोधपत्रे अस्माभिः तत् आलोचितं वर्तते सगुणरूपेण ब्रह्मणः यतोहि अस्माभिः वेदान्तशास्त्रे युगीन्द्रस्य वेदान्तसारे एवं द्रष्टुं शक्यते तत्र लूताकीयस्य स्पाइडर्स एग्जाम्पल इज देयर ब्रह्म यदत्प्रति उपादानकारणं निमित्तकारणं उभयं सगुणत्वेन अस्माकं हृदये स्थित्वा अस्मान् नियन्त्रयति केषु विषयेषु नियन्त्रयति अस्माकं सर्वेषु कार्येषु नियन्त्रयति whatever the activities we are doing in our earthly life, everything is controlled by him. Actually, that means we are feeling him. He is not actually where the meaning, if you will say word by word meaning, यदि वयम इत्थं रूपेण आलोचयामः यत् परमात्मा वस्तु अस्ति some material that is Paramatma and it's inside our heart or our brain. So it's not like this. Actually, we're feeling from this, we can feel that some satta is there, and we can match our potential. So we can match them, each other. Actually, not matching also. When we will feel that we are free. This is the रूपेण ब्रह्मांड परिचालनत्वं तत्र विद्यते तर्यामिता तत्त्वविद्यते अन्ते यदा अस्माभिः तस्य निर्गुणत्वं ज्ञास्यामः तदा तु कार्याणि एव न सन्ति तथा को नियामकः को वा तत्र नियम्यः भवति सर्वं तत्र समानं भवति सगुणरूपेण सोपाधिकरूपेण ब्रह्मणः नित्यत्वं विद्यते जगद्व्यापारे जीवे च इति प्रायः इदम् एव तत्र उत्तरम् अस्ति इति मम
यदि ब्रह्म नियामक रूपेण अंतर्देशे तिष्ठति तर्हि तस्य सोपाधिकत्वम् आयाति निरुपाधिकत्वं न आयाति कथं भवता स्वीकृतम्
निरुपाधिकत्वम् इति पारमार्थिके स्तरे साधकानां विषयः भवति पारमार्थिके स्तरे तत्र स्तराः सन्ति यदा अहं मुक्तः इति कस्यचित् साधकस्य अवबोधः जायते if one sadhaka will understand that now I am free, that means this time who is the controller and who is controlled. कश्चित् तत्र नियन्ता कश्चित् च तत्र नियमः इति भवति तत्र सर्वं समानम् एकीभूतं ब्रह्म वेद ब्रह्मैव भवति in that time. But सोपाधिकरूपेण किं भवति ब्रह्म तत्र अन्तर्यामी रूपेण अस्ति जीवं परिचालयति जीवं जगद्व्यापारं सर्वं परिचालयति.
धन्यवाद. भवता उक्तं सर्वेषु कर्मेषु कार्येषु प्रचलितेषु नियमेषु आत्मनो नियन्त्रणं वर्तते. कथं सर्वेषु मम विश्वासो नास्ति. आत्म विषये ब्रह्म विषये यदि मम विश्वासो नास्ति तर्हि कथं अहं चिन्तयामि that सर्वेषु कर्मेषु प्रचलितेषु नियमेषु ब्रह्मणो नियन्त्रणं वर्तते न वा.
यदि कस्यचित् आत्मनि विश्वासः अस्ति तर्हि
ब्रह्मणि आत्मनि वा ब्रह्मणि आत्मनि वा
न आत्मनि इत्युक्ते I am believing I am there. If
whether you believe in yourself or in Brahman.
Yes. In yourself. If anybody is Nastika, that means he is not believing these all concepts. But if he believes that he is there, then everything is correct. That means actually the concept of every philosophy or Vedanta is about our existence. Everything about our existence. If anybody believes himself, that's enough for him. That's enough for him.
Okay, in himself, not in Brahman. In that case.
Not in Brahman.
Okay, धन्यवाद अनंत मुखर्जी महोदय. ब्रह्मणो अंतर्जामितं निरूपितं भवता उपनिषदानुसारम्. यदि कश्चित् प्रश्नो विद्यते तर्हि अत्र प्रश्नो कर्तुं शक्नोति. If any question comes, it will be entertained. So I think there is no question. So I would like to thank.
There is a question in the chat box.
No question or
no? There is a question in the chat box.
Acha.
It's a comment.
Please read it out.
Please read it out, please.
Can see Paramatma as
okay, I can read it.
As the
I could read the last one. It's mine, I mean.
Okay, please.
You can see the Atman, the Para Atman, as the ocean home of Atma, or as the ocean, I should want to say it this way, as the ocean home of life energy itself. A small cup or drop of it resides in each heart deeply. It enlivens the body-mind. The individual Atma in our heart, or Jiva, is the same as the Para Atma. Just like if you take a cup of the water of the ocean, it contains all of it, but in just a little bit, just like that. Make sense?
Ma'am, are you asking some questions? Oh, that means I have not understood. I have understood what you're saying. Okay, I am seeing your chat. Can see Paramatman as the ocean home of life energy itself. A small cup of drop of it resides in each heart deeply. It In livings, the body mind, individual atmas or jiva is the same as the Paramatman. Ma'am, we can say that actually I think that you were asking me the question that Atma, that is Jiva, same or not. I think I got you. I think the question. Pratibha ma'am.
Yeah, actually, it was just a comment. If you want to comment on it,
I'm sorry.
That's fine. You can comment on it too, on mine if you like.
Okay. Okay. No, I think that it was your question, ma'am. I'm sorry. I'm a bit sorry.
No,
Balaramji, would you like to tell something?
Sure. I love to tell.
Yeah, please.
अंतर्यामी, मेरे लिए अंतर्यामी का मतलब होता है इंटर, साइंस में हम लोग होते हैं इंटरमोलिकुलर फोर्सेस कहते हैं उनको, जो चीजों को जोड़ते हैं।
हाँ,
यहाँ पे यम का मतलब होता है रेगुलेशन, कैसे रेगुलेट किया जाता है, हाउ टू रिस्ट्रिक्ट। तो ये जो अंतर्यामी जो ब्रह्म की बात हो रही है, मुझे ज्यादा संस्कृत का तो सुनाई भी नहीं पड़ा, और जो सुनाई भी पड़ा वो ठीक से समझ नहीं आया, लेकिन जो उसका शीर्षक है उसके अनुसार जो ब्रह्म को नहीं, ब्रह्म को हम जब यहाँ पे व्याख्यायित कर रहे हैं, तो मुझे लगता है कि ब्रह्म इसलिए दिखाई नहीं पड़ता है क्योंकि वो लोगों को नहीं, हमारे यहाँ हमारे जो भी पूरा ये ब्रह्मांड है उसमें जोड़ने का काम करता है। तो उसका आभास तो हो सकता है लेकिन वो दिखाई नहीं, जैसे फोर्सेस दिखाई नहीं, हम दिखाई पड़ रहे हैं, लेकिन जिस फोर्स से हम यहाँ पे हमारा हाथ पैर चल रहा है वो तो दिखाई नहीं पड़ता, तो हाथ पैर दिखाई पड़ता है। इसलिए ब्रह्म जो है वो दिखाई नहीं पड़ेगा, जो अंतर्यामी के भाव से। अगर वो अंतर्यामी है इसका मतलब वो इट कनेक्टिंग ओनली, रेगुलेटिंग, बीच की चीजों को रेगुलेट कर रहे हैं। बीच की चीजों का मतलब जो जोड़ने के जो फोर्सेज होते हैं। तो उस भाव से अगर देखें, मैं इस विचार से हरदम ऐसे विचार रखता हूं, क्योंकि मुझे लगता है कि हमारे यहाँ पे जो ऋषि मुनि, हमारा ज्ञान उतना नहीं है, हम लोग तो भाषा के चक्कर में पड़े हुए हैं, अनुभव के चक्कर में पड़े हुए हैं, और जो कुछ करते हैं उससे जो हमको समझ में आता है उसको समझने की कोशिश करते हैं। आज का जो विज्ञान है बहुत ही सीमित है, लेकिन वो एक तरीका उनका सिस्टमेटिक ढंग से आगे बढ़ते हैं। तो हमारे यहाँ के जो ऋषि मुनि का भाव है, उस भाव को अगर हम वैज्ञानिक उसमें आयाम में ले आए और वहां पे विज्ञान की मदद करें, क्योंकि अब ये सिर्फ अंतर्यामी तो हमने सिर्फ इंटर मॉलिक्यूलर फोर्सेस बना के बोल दिया कि अंतर्यामी है, वो रेगुलेट कर रहा है, लेकिन वो अब और ब्रह्म के जो भाव इन्होंने बहुत सारे बताए होंगे, और हमको भी जो थोड़ा मोड़ा पता है उसमें, जैसे अहम ब्रह्मास्मि, एक ही वहीं पे एक शब्द होता है, तो अहम ब्रह्मास्मि हम कौन है, अभी हम लोग चर्चा कर रहे थे, अहम क्या है इसमें, ब्रह्म क्या है इसमें, अस्मि क्या। अस्मि मुझे लगता है एक प्रोसेस है, ब्रह्म तो है, और हम वो जो कि ब्रह्म सारा पूरा ब्रह्मांड है, लेकिन उसकी जो प्रोसेस है अस्मि, उससे हम अपने तक जाने का प्रयत्न कर सकते हैं। उसमें अगर देखें तो अंतर्यामी का जो रोल होता है वो ये हो जाता है कि उसके जितने भी अदृश्य जिन शक्तियां हैं जिनको हम देख नहीं पाते हैं, लेकिन वो हमको सोचने के लिए, समझने के लिए, चलने के लिए, फिरने के लिए करती हैं, वो सारी अंतर्यामी है। तो उस भाव से अगर देखें तो हम पता लगेगा कि हम विज्ञान को बहुत आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं इस भाव से। ऑब्जर्वेशन वही है, लेकिन अब भाव ये आ गया तो हमको ये लग गया कि हम कहाँ तक पहुंच सकते हैं। अभी तो ये है कि देखते हैं कहाँ तक पहुंच सकते हैं अभी देखें नेति नेति के चक्कर में लगे हुए हैं, लेकिन जहाँ पे जब ब्रह्म वाला भाव आ जाता है तो वहां पे हमको आदर्श दिखाई पड़ने, मतलब हमको ये हमारा गंतव्य स्थान ये है, और बाकी चीजें जब हम समझने लगेंगे तो ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम नहीं। उसका उदाहरण मैं देता हूं कि अगर मुझे ये लगता है कि मुझे 100 मील जाना है, तो 1-2 मील तो कोई फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता है, तो क्योंकि हमको तो 100 मील का हमने सोच लिया कि इतना दूर जाना है, अगर हमने संकल्प कर लिया तो हमको सिर्फ यही नहीं कि चीजें आसान हो जाती हैं, बल्कि वो समझ में आराम से आ जाती हैं, क्योंकि हम व्यथित नहीं हैं। तो इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि इस भाव से अगर हम लोग अंतर्यामी ब्रह्म का विश्लेषण करें तो ये हमारे लिए उपयोगी हो सकता है।
थैंक यू बलराम जी, बहुत अच्छा आपने कहा, बहुत नॉलेज हम लोग का बढ़ गया। अंतर्यामी शब्द जो है वो साइंस में कैसे प्रयोग किया जा सकते हैं वो बहुत अच्छे से अच्छा ढंग से आप बताएं। तो थैंक यू अंकित, अनंत मुखर्जी, for your nice presentation,
Thank you,
and
sir.
also other speakers. So we are coming to an end now. So I am thankful to our friends Balramji, Sukolanda for putting me here as a chairman. Personally, I have learned many things from the paper of Evolution of Karma Yoga by Dr. Bansal. Being a physician, he is so interested in philosophy that I have learned many things from him. Vedanta and Yoga from Indira, and also I have come to know Brahmano Antarjamitam from Ananta Mukherjee and Brahmano Nirupadhikatam from Sumana Mandal. So these are the papers which were presented in my chairmanship. So I am grateful to all of them, and also I am grateful to all the commentators. They have pointed out a new insight of the paper and raised so many interesting questions, particularly Balaramji and others. They have raised various questions so that the paper has got an extension and paper has got new dimensions. So I personally, I have learned many things. I believe others also have learned many things from the presentation of the papers. I am thankful to all of you, and I am thankful to the organizers for putting me here. So Sukolanda must have something to announce. So over to Sukolanda.
Thank you, Raghunatha, and I echo your sentiment that we all learned a lot from the papers today. So this concludes day 3 of our conference, and tomorrow is day 4 and last day. So please join us tomorrow again at 8 a.m. our time, 5 a.m. Pratibha's time, and 5:30 p.m. IST. And I will send you an email with the link. Tomorrow, the logistics is going to be a little different. I mean, the starting, there is the Zoom link, which you will all log into. But then there is, after about a couple of hours, there will be 2 parallel sessions. So you will have to choose. And all that is, that will be clear in the email that I'll send out. So with that, thank you again. Namaste. And we will see each other tomorrow.